seven, six, five, four, three, two, one. Welcome.
Morning and welcome viewers to the fourth and final day. Vooty Masters is for after Vikarabad. The final great goals. In this stage, and I think that and we are now in the final day. One
Thank you for the introduction, Mrs. Swami. Here we see some beautiful views, and like you said, we have a wonderful setup today with the golf course and the players as well. As you can see, we are coming live from the Vooty Golf County in Vikarabad, an hour from Hyderabad, and you're presenting the Vooty Masters 2024 by the Dream Valley Group. Few shots at the range, players warming up, final few groups left.
Tell me, Anish, you've played a lot of golf and you still do, of course, once you get over these niggles. What does a player think when he kind of warms up before such an important day?
Feel Sarthak now as we see on our screens. Give it a mighty hefty blow there. He seems to be warmed up quite well. Mr. Swami, I feel really depends on you. I think you try to get in the zone, especially on the fourth day. You want to get in the mindset that you want to go start strong, start have a quick run at a couple of birdies and get the body flowing, get in that zone where you just feel like everything's flowing. You just want to be relaxed. At the same time, you want to be amped up and prepped to just go and get the scores out. As we watch one of the veterans and experienced golfers that you talked about, Gaurav Pratap Singh from Noida. Gaurav Pratap, hailing from the north of the country, he plays this little cut of a ball flight, the left to right fade. He always has very consistent with it as well.
There he goes, Gaurav Pratap Singh. He's had rounds of 72, 68, 70 in the first 3 days. Sarthak had 70, 69, and 71. And both of them are at 6 under their third playing partner. Now on the screen, N. Thangaraja. Very interesting character. I'll tell you something about him. And very, very keen to improve and keep moving up. 73, 67, 70, also at 6 under. I just ran into Thangaraja in Dubai at the DP World Tour's Desert Classic. And there he goes. Doesn't waste much time, does he?
A quick tee pickup means he's happy with the strike. There we see it, right side of the fairway.
So Thanga had this backpack with him, a couple of bottles of water, a bit of a snack, and he was going around watching all the top stars. Watched Shivankar on the first day, then went around with Rory McIlroy, and he had actually spent a bit of time with some friends in Dubai practicing and also imbibing the atmosphere of such a huge event, which really was a Rolex series event. And Rolex, of course, is also one of the sponsors of the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. Also, so Tanga was saying that this is basically to get me to think big so that I can aspire to play at that levels also. So I thought it was extremely ambitious and very, very good. You need to have ambition to keep going up.
Absolutely, as do these players currently who would be aiming to get a win here. Starting by our leader, Shaurya Binu, as mentioned before, starts the round at 14 under. Quite a composed round yesterday, I felt.
Yes, I mean, considering that this is only his second year on the tour at such a big stage, 19 years of age, hailing from Bangalore, I thought he held himself pretty well. I mean, this young man, He, kind of, seemed to stutter a little bit with a couple of bogeys in the middle of the front line, but he kind of composed himself well, got back onto the job, and came back with a car of 2 under 70, and built up a 3 shot lead, which actually is pretty good. But of course, he needs to make sure that he doesn't allow the door to open so that others can get a foot in, and he just needs to keep the foot on the pedal and keep going. And that, what a fantastic thing it'll be, a new face, a new champion on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour at the Vooty Masters 2024. That'll be quite something for him. And here is this man. I've always made my biases clear. I love this guy. He's such a fantastic fighter. Rahul Kyanchi, 45 years of age, so much of golf, so much of experience, always cheerful. He has taken everything on his chin. Yes, that's no chin. A bit of a fashionable, kind of a beard, a smiling guy, focused on what he's going to do. He had a good day up and down yesterday, shot a 70, and then he's surveying the entire golf course, getting himself imbibing that early vibe. And that smile is for me, okay?
He's probably picking out the birdies he's going to make. He's choosing the holes, and as we see on our screens, Matthias, like you said, Shaurya is leading. He's leading by three, but the names behind him, the guys who are chasing him, they're the who's and who of Indian golf and golf around the world as well. Like this guy on our screens, the Chilean, the winner of the qualifying school 2024, and the names behind him, Mr. Swami. You see, Matthias, Rahil, Aman Raj, Karan Pratap, Manu Gandas. I mean, there are the bunch of players. Some of them are order of merit winners. Some of them are top five players in the country. I mean, Shaurya must be feeling a few nerves today starting his round.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, there's no question. Just explain this a bit to our viewers, Anish.
So this is one of the drills. I think as professional golfers, a lot of the times everything gets down to putting, and the margin of error in a putt is, I feel, lesser compared to your driving. So what Matthias was trying to do there was put a couple of alignment sticks, put a couple of tee downs to make sure that the path of the putter is consistent. He's not faltering there, and the start line of the ball is where he intends to start it. So he knows that he's stroking it well. And here we see a different drill for Shaurya. He's put one tee up ahead, probably making sure that his ball position is correct, and the putter face and the putter path is how he likes it.
What are you comfortable with?
I'm very conventional. I've fortunately never struggled with the short stick, so I've been doing the same thing for years. But it also depends, because maybe if I was here, I would have had to do a few more drills, think a little more, because the greens here have been tricky. And talking to a few players yesterday over call, they were telling me that the greens are playing at an 11 and a half stimp, yes, but they feel like they're playing more than 13. And with the slopes and the treachery of the
Correct.
greens, that's a defense of the golf course as well.
Absolutely. Like human beings, even golf courses have a mind of their own. They build their own defenses, the bunkers, the water bodies, and of course the slopes and the contours. Here is another aerial shot of this lovely golf course here at the good Vooty Golf County. Second year of its staging on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. Gives me an opportunity to talk a little bit about this tournament. Um, this is the second event of the 2024 season of the Tata Steel PGTI season. The second edition of the Dream Valley Group presents Vooty Masters. The first edition was staged in November 2022, and then they decided to change the season, have it in the first half of the year. So here we are having the second Vooty Masters in the first quarter of the season. It's also a new venue for the PGTI Tour. The purse, of course, is a hefty and a very mouth-watering 1 crore rupees on a par 72 with a yardage of 6690 yards. The Dream Valley Group has been supporting PGTI's endeavor since 2018 as an event partner, and then in 2022 they came on board as a title partner with the launch of the Dream Valley Group presents Vooty Masters. So here it is. We have the next group getting ready. Varun Chopra, Dharma, who had a fantastic 6 under 66, and of course Saptak Talwar, who shot 1 under 71. The Varun and Dharma are at 7 under, Saptak at 8 under. So these guys are also going to give it all they have to try and close in on our 19-year-old leader, Shaurya Binu.
Yes, and they look determined, standing on the first tee, trying to gauge what the wind is doing. Varun and Saptak, we were watching yesterday. We covered a lot of them. They had a good run in the back nine, and then Varun got derailed a little by that big number on number 17, but rounded up with a birdie at number 18. So I think the golf course offers a lot of opportunities to make birdies, and as long as you're not making errors, you can post a score like Dharma did yesterday. But it's not going to be easy as we see the have fluttered down a little now, but the wind does tend to pick up in the mornings here. And Saptak and Varun should have a comfortable group today. They're good friends off the course, and we saw them yesterday as well. They played together, so familiar territories for both of them.
I'm sure, on the tour, people forge their own relationships, friendships. After all, being on the golf course together for 4.5 hours or almost 5 hours on a slower day, it also means that you need to be comfortable with your playing partners. And I think that means a lot. And I'm sure all these youngsters and the experienced ones, they know that they have a life on the golf course which is pretty nice. I mean, you can't have a better office than that, and like a lovely golf course. But also, it is can be pretty stressful on days when you don't behave the way you want them to.
Absolutely, and I think as golfers, it also depends on the mindset. Like you are, like I said,
This
sometimes
looks
you're in
like
the
a
zone.
painting. Sorry to interrupt you. This
It
looks
does, it
almost
does.
like a painting.
It's, two rounds covering this golf course. This is my first look. I haven't had the opportunity to play here. The golf course looks perfectly manicured in every step. I mean, it's such a beautiful layout to be in, and I think the players are quite happy as well. And I'm sure the viewers as well watching the golf course. It does look quite up to international standards.
That's one good thing. I mean, I think with the PGTI tour going far and wide in India, I think it also affords. There you are. You see another lovely, rendition of the hole, how it shapes.
Varun, as we see, is quick once he sets up. That's some lovely camera work following that golf ball. Seems to have missed it to the right a little, but shouldn't be too troubling if the lie is all right. It's an easier start as well. I mean, if you get to start on a par five, um, you get to swing the driver hard, not worry about hitting it exactly where you want to. It's a comfortable start, and which would be followed by that troubling par three, number two. M. Dharma here, we see he hails from the popular KGA, one of the popular venues on the Indian Tour. 37 years, turned pro in 2005. So he's been doing this for quite a while. He knows exactly what to do. I don't think there'll be any nerves when he starts his round today. Another one of the veterans, middle.
I think that's one good thing. The players shouldn't be wasting time. They should just get down to their job immediately. And I think that also keeps the interest alive for the fans, the spectators, and our telecast viewers.
Yes, and if you do take a little extra time, you know that the tournament director, Mr. Sampath Chari, is going to be lurking with his cart as you watch Saptak Talwar 27. He's been popularly coming on screen regularly, and I feel the little blip with the pro wins is going to change soon. And Saptak, he's got one of those modern swings where he swings with the body a little more, bends his back almost excruciatingly close to the ground, and but a very good driver of the ball. As Saptak's teeing up, the wind seems to be picking up again.
And off he goes. And off they go.
Healthy swipe looks
Varun
slightly
Chopra, Dharma,
concerned.
and Saptak Talwar.
or pelts it down the left side of the fairway. You should be content with that start.
So we have two more groups coming up soon. The second last one, which has the defending champion Manu Gandas, Karan Pratap Singh, and the man with the hat, Aman Raj. And then they will be followed by the leaders, Rahul Kanchi, Matthias Dominguez, and finally Shaurya Binu, the man who's on the threshold of a maiden professional win in only his second tour season.
Mr. Swami, let me be a little cheeky with you and take an early
See you.
prediction.
And this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Carry on the bet on even further for Indian golf. And you know what PGTI has been doing, raising the prize purses, making it hugely lucrative, as I was sharing with you yesterday. When I started covering golf, writing about golf, prize purses were actually sometimes as little, but it wasn't little at that time, 2 lakh rupees. Here's some replays, Varun Chopra. Imagine 2 lakhs for a total prize purse. And now the prize purse is 1 crore. That is a massive, massive amount. And last year, Om Prakash Chauhan took home from the season a crore and 18 lakhs plus. That is a fair amount of money by any stretch of imagination. And it also got him a card onto the DP World Tour. And just to share with our viewers, Om Prakash Chauhan made his cut in the on the DP World Tour in Kenya, and he will now play the final 2 rounds of the weekend. Unfortunately, Shubhankar Sharma missed out a couple of double bogeys, costing him very heavily. So that was a bit of a blip there for Shubhankar, the top 10 finisher at the Open last year.
And the familiar deliberate setup and stance of Amardeep Malik here. Amardeep's made a few changes. It's lovely roll by him. He's made a few changes to his swing. I think he's always tinkering with something or the other. Beautiful ball striker. He's got that big pause going on the top of the swing.
When you say tinkering around, how often do you think golfers actually change, or is it when they feel that things are not going for their way, they start working on various aspects? Is that the case?
I think there's probably 1% of the times when a golfer is not working on something. 99% of the times, everybody is struggling with something or the other. It's a beautiful roll by Dhruv. I remember asking Shubhankar once, I was like, how uncomfortable are you with playing with big players on tour? And that this was when he was fresh on tour and everything. And his response was, there is so much going on in my own game. I have no time to see who I'm playing with or who's next to me. So, and
Well,
they're like, it's the same with them. So I
well,
think everybody at all levels, they're always just trying to figure out something, and I think that's the reason why everybody loves and also stresses out so much when they play this sport, because it's constant work, and which is why if you look at guys like Rahil, guys like Amardeep, all these guys who played golf for a decade or 2 decades or more and have stayed consistent, it's all the more commendable and respectable because it's not easy to be consistent at that level constantly. So,
so it's golf is always work in progress.
absolutely. Which is why it's the closest game to life. You keep improving, you keep trying to do, figure out something or the other.
So does it make golfers philosophical? So like one more day passed and it's okay. Shrug it off, move ahead. If it's a great day, try and repeat it the next one. If it's not so great, try to make it better. And if it's a bad one, forget it.
I think so. I think golfers are as moody as a person can get. It really depends how you react on the day. Varun, as we watched his tee shot from the right side, I think he is looking at the trees. I'm not sure if he's going to go for the green there. He does take a hefty swipe. I think he's trying to just put it back in play. Not sure by his reaction if he's content with it or he's Not too happy. While we watch Dharma from the middle of the fairway, ideal position for him with the wood out.
Dharma opened with a birdie here in the third round. I'm sure he's looking for another one here.
Slightly animated. Not sure. Maybe he got perplexed with the lie there a little.
The only time I've seen a golfer content while hitting from the fairway is when the ball disappears into the cup. Otherwise, he always wants it a few more inches closer to the cup.
I think that is true. I think anytime you shoot a number, you're never content. You feel like you could have made a couple of more putts.
You always left something out there.
Always left something out there. Absolutely. Saptak now taking his time, I think. He's trying to figure out the win, trying to figure out the lie. The win seems to be a little less than what it was yesterday, which would mean that from a ball striking perspective, it would give an opportunity to the
He's
players.
probably waiting for the earlier group to clear. Maybe he wants to go for the green.
That would explain why he's just waiting. And
Yeah.
but you know, this is one of the things that one can also learn from him. I'm sure he's done his yardage. He knows what he wants to do. But if you see, he doesn't have a club in his hand. He's got his yardage book in his hand. He's waiting for the green to clear so that he can take the club out and do his routine then. So he's not eager in his head, or he's not rushing through the process. He's taking his time. He's giving himself the opportunity because he can wait. He's allowed to do that.
I think the 40 seconds rule, kind of comes into play once you address the ball. Am I right?
It is once it is your turn to play. So in this case, because he is deciding, he has the right to wait for the green to clear because that is accessible to him. So even if he decides at the last moment that he wants to lay up, he's allowed to do that. But the time starts as soon as it's your
Well,
honor to
he's
play.
picked up a big one, 3 wood. Is that the 3 wood?
I think so. Maybe he's in between a
No,
5 wood and a
it's
3
probably
wood.
a long iron. No, it is a 3
It
wood.
is a wood.
It is a wood. It is a
As we
3
saw
wood.
on our screens, there was a little hazard before the green. So strong, solid start strike is a must. Something now this quick hands of the club seems to have not been too happy with this strike there. Not sure where he ended up. We'll know soon enough as we watch an aerial view of the putting green. Players are fewer players now as we watch this young, powerful pack on the tee box. The unmistakable hat of Aman Raj. Manu Gandas. Next to him is Karan Pratap Singh. Three guys. I mean, if I was there at the event, I would have wanted to follow these guys for the first 9 holes. I mean, it does not get much better than this in terms of the players to watch out on our tour. And these three guys, they've proven time and again that they're there, they belong there, and they're absolute winners. Especially this man on our screens, Manu Gandas, an Order of Merit winner, 27 years of age, 8 wins already.
6 of them came in 2022.
Yes, absolutely, and
Absolutely a dream season. And he's got one already this season.
we've only played one, so and the reason why he doesn't have more wins is because last year he was playing it straight on the DP World Tour, didn't get to play a lot on the Indian Tour. Here, Manu won 6 events. I felt that for a golfer and a golfing fan in the country was a crazy year. As we watch Varun Chopra With his third, we watched him lay up from the trouble on the right that he put his tee shot in. And getting back to Manu. The deliberate slow backswing, but happy with the strike, moving off the ball quickly. Mentioned it was a crazy year because Manu won 6 titles that year, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu was right behind him, winning 5 titles in the
That's
year.
right. They won half the tour. They dominated it.
It was insane, and both young guys, both relatively fresh on the scene, and Karan Pratap Singh now, one of the nicer guys on tour, always smiling. The
Aren't
23
all
year old.
golfers nice?
For our
I'd
viewers,
like to
yes.
think. I'd like to think.
Yes, all golfers are nice. Nobody ever gets frustrated with the game. Karan Pratap, the 23-year-old, carries himself like he's been playing on tour for 23 years, but a young gun. Taking a full swipe, seems to be okay with that drive as well. Favoring the right side of the tee box, which would indicate a slight left to right ball flight. Just missing the fairway by barely a yard, but the ball seems to be on a good lie, so that would actually be helpful given it's a par 5. And now, Aman Raj, one of the most stylish golfers on our tour, 28 years of age, hailing from Patna Golf Club. 4 pro wins. 3 of them came last year, and he's always threatening around the leaderboard.
He's a guy who really is so keen on getting on to the bigger tours. And he's actually, when he came in, he didn't have too much of success in the early stages. In the last couple of years, he's really started blossoming out.
Slight look of concern. Not sure if it gone exactly where he wanted to, but he's carefully looking at it. He's got a little smile walking on the first tee, so he's all right. Aman's one of those guys. I've known him for a long while. He's one of those guys who's a lovely character to be around. He does leave an impression on you. If you meet him, you'd remember him. If you meet him once, you'd remember him 5 years later as well. Okay, oh, you know what? I did meet him somewhere.
He is so distinctive, isn't he?
Absolutely, it's full of life.
And there's
He's
Manu Gandas.
all three golfers we watched in the tee box. They all have different ways of doing their job. They all swing in a different manner. They have different technical theories, but they all manage to do one thing: is play brilliant golf. I feel, as a prediction, if someone's going to trump Shaurya today, it might come from one of them on this group.
Wow, what a beautiful picture there. Water around three sides. There's a small bridge out there cutting across the channel. So basically, it is an island of sorts by itself.
Mr. Swami, that's where the game of perspective comes in. As a spectator, it looks beautiful, but the guys walking on the golf course, they might look at the water and say that.
I will second it. But remember, there's only 125 golfers playing, and hopefully quite a few thousand watching. So you better make sure that the picture and the golf course is a pleasant and a nice one for fans like me.
Absolutely, and as we see here, Thangaraja now coming from the right side of the green seems to have to contend with that big slope, big downhill slope. It's not that easy to get the speed right, but he does it perfectly. That's an ideal leaf for him there.
The multi layers of the sides, the color of the sand, the walk with the cart path. Oh, this looks lovely to me.
It is, and I think a lot of the times we, or I've been I mentioned that golfers they're under a little pressure, they're under a little stress, but a golf course so perfectly laid out, so beautiful to watch. They enjoy it as well. Sarthak now from over the flag, choosing the flat stick from the first cut of rough. Just being a little careful since the greens are running a little quick. A decent job. Would have wanted it to be a little closer given he was coming up the hill. As we watch the coverage, as we're bringing you this live, almost all groups have teed off. Just soon enough, we will have the leader group go off as well. They're the only ones left to start play. As we have the group of Saptak, Varun, and Dharma on the first par 5 here. Dharma marking his golf ball should mean that it's his turn to play. Coming from under the hole to give it a good rip. So scores are out there. We see Mikhail Ortolani started with an eagle and has birdied the third. So there are opportunities. And we're back bringing you the second to last leader group in Karan Pratap Singh, Manu Gandas, and Aman Raj. On our screens, we have Karan Pratap from the right side of the fairway on the first cut of rough with a big wood, or seems to be a Strong hybrid in his hands, trying to figure out exactly what he wants to do, chatting up with his caddy.
Sure, Abino 14 under, Rahul Ganchi and Matthias chasing in 3 shots behind, all set for an exciting final day.
Karan now ready to take his swipe. Goes full throttle there. Caddy's trying to direct the golf ball to come a little right. Not sure if the golf balls will listen to him, but gives him the assurance that it's in a good position. Nothing to worry about. Manu now in a better position at a better angle. The uphill should help him get the ball down softer as well.
Oh, not a happy thing.
Never a good sign when you let the club go like that. I'm not sure where he ended up, but given his standards, he's probably okay. Even a miss hit usually is not in a bad position for him. Let's hope he hasn't found too much trouble
The
there.
green speed today, by the way, Ainesh, is almost 12 at 11.9. Just a shade faster than what it was yesterday, which was 11.7 to 11.8. And there we see the leader group. Rahul Ganchi, all set, stretching.
Quite the interesting leader group as well. I mean, we have one guy who's obviously 19, who's our leader at 14 under. Rahil Gangji, the 45-year-old, who's an international winner. He's got 6 pro wins here, Turn Pro 2000. And Matthias, an international player who's obviously won outside and is plying his trade for the first time here. So
Interestingly, Rahul had already won internationally before Shaurya was born. Because Rahul's first win came in 2004, soon after he turned pro, and that was in China. And now here he is playing with a man born after he got that win.
Mr. Swami, are you trying to imply that Rahil is old or Shaurya is too
Oh, no,
young?
Rahil is mellowed. He's like vintage wine. He's become better and better as he grows older. He's not old. He's only growing older.
Getting younger through time as we watch Matias Dominguez, the 31-year-old Chilean, of course, the winner of the qualifying school this year on the PGTI.
Winner of the 2015 Latin American Amateur Championships, which actually got him a place into the 2016 Masters, where he played at the Augusta National, of course. A fantastic experience. He missed the cut, but I'm sure he will have that memories for the rest of his life. And I'm sure he hopes and dreams of getting back there again.
And the
See-
moment everybody's been waiting for, our leader on the first, teeing it up. Shaurya, the 19-year-old, of course, from Karnataka Golf Association in Bangalore. Turned pro a year back, so a long, long career ahead of him.
So we have a man not yet in his 20s. We have Matthias in his 30s, just beginning his 30s. And we have Rahil, who's in his mid 40s. What an awesome group.
There definitely must be some nerves, and let's see how he handles them.
Quite an appropriate name for the group, Dream Valley Group. And each of these golfers have their own dreams, as they set about their final round of the Vooty Masters 2024.
Quite the confident start there, Mr. Swami. Swipes up, takes a big heap at it, finds the middle of the fairway. That should calm him down a little bit. And now we're off. All golfers in the final round of the Dream Valley Group presents Vooty Masters 2024 off and running. We'll be here covering the entire coverage for you. Rahil starting the proceedings for the leader group, the veteran, just followed by Matias Dominguez. He takes a hefty swing at it. Similar follow through to what Saptak has. Finds the fairway beautifully there, and our leader, the 19-year-old Shaurya Binu, a strong swing, powerful boy, and a wonderful strike on number one. Couldn't have asked for a better start. If he has some nerves, if he was feeling a little jittery, he didn't show it there. I think everybody who's watching today, everybody out on tour as well, have got a lot of support for Shaurya. I mean, it's always wonderful thinking a 19-year-old playing so beautifully. We just want to see him do the same and finish through as well. See what the ball tracers for the groups that have gone before. There's Dharma and Varun Chopra. Manu there, as we saw him getting in a little trouble, and he still seems to be in the same trouble, not managing to advance it too far forward.
Considering the way he let the club go, I don't think that's too bad.
I agree with you there, but he still has his work cut out now for an up and down par. On the first hole here, being a par 5, you do want to pick up a shot. And Dharma has found himself in a tricky position.
An awkward lie. I mean, the ball is all right, but right on the lip of the bunker, just above it. So basically, he's not being able to get his stance okay. There's 1 foot in the bunker.
Meanwhile, Manu is ready to play his fourth. Dharma, I feel, has done decently there. You don't want to fluff it right in the bunker. It is an awkward stance. Just certain shots you just can't practice or don't practice because they're not usual or regular to the scene. But he did put himself in a funny position there on number 2, and Manu now would have that. Looks like an 8 footer for par. Given a par 5, you don't want to start off with a bogey. I mean, you're trying to pick up a shot. The last thing you want to do is give a shot away.
There are some courses, and especially even this one, where giving away a shot, a bogey on a par 5, is almost like a crime. It's bad enough not to get a birdie, but to give away a shot would really hurt. Here's Aman Raj.
Amin from under the hole, going uphill. Saptak on our right, coming up a little short. Amin Raj too seems to have come up a little short of the flag. It's not going to be easy, Mr. Swami. You said the greens are rolling at almost 12. And
And there
if the
seems to be
breeze
a bit
picks
of a
up,
breeze also. If you look at the leaves around the green, there is a bit of breeze too. So, I mean, okay. I mean, these guys are pros. They're playing for big money. Varun Chopra, tall, gangly man.
I think how Shaurya conducted himself yesterday, the way he was composed and sure of his game. Given the conditions today, it's not going to be easy for players to catch him if he keeps playing the way he was. I mean, it's not easy to go low, so I feel if any one of these guys on our screens wants to catch Shaurya, they'd have to get a quick start. You watch Karan on the left and Dharma on the right. Dharma batting for his spa. Karan having striped it a little over the
Oh,
hole, and Dharma having a narrow miss. Would have been a wonderful par there if Dharma managed to make that.
correct.
Aman, now it seems it is his turn. A disappointing first putt for him there. He couldn't manage to get inside Manu's chip shot. Varun now. That's a narrow miss again. I mean, you see this trend from yesterday. Not a lot of putts being made. The greens are not as they're running pure. They're running quick, but they are tricky. You watch Aman Raj carefully going through his routine. Dharma has better part of 2 feet, but no gimmies here on this course. We've seen people miss a few short ones.
Yes, we did yesterday. And hopefully today.
Aman coming up short with his second putt as well, so that's going to be a 3 putt for him.
That's a bit tentative, wasn't it? The second part. Oh, God.
We put the commentator's curse on Dharma. That is disappointing. Like we said, even the putt that he's left now, it is of a similar length. It is not a given. It's not a gimme there. These greens have been playing tricky. The golf course is not that lengthy, but the rough, the wind, and the greens, the golf course's defense, and it is defending itself quite nicely right now, perplexing the players a little.
If you look down the scoreboard, I mean, there's quite a few bogeys on the first. There was Akshay, there was Shivendra Sisodia, Pukhraj Gill, Dharma. So, I mean, it's not all that easy. Saptak Talwar. So, a bit, I would say, not the easiest of par fives.
Manu for his par attempt on the left. Dharma here now just seems to be slightly jittery on this one, considering he just missed a part of this length. Manu sneaks it from the left side of the hole. So he's going to have some momentum going into the second, and Dharma going through his routine on the right.
Oh, finally.
Comfortably puts that one in. Karan now again coming from over the hole. Missed his first putt by a narrow margin. He's going through his routine carefully. Karan more conventional, and that is just disappointing. I mean, I don't believe it. It's disheartening to see, but then that seems to be what's happening with all the players right now. That just means that the greens are playing even trickier than they did the first 3 rounds.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it really is a bit. I mean, there's nothing as you rightly said. There are no gimmies here, and you just can't take your mind and your eyes off that ball.
You can't second guess yourself here, and I think that's what players are doing because those subtle breaks. Sometimes you feel what I feel. What Karan did here was he just thought since it's a shorter putt, he's going to take lesser break and just hit a positive stroke and get it in the hole. And Made some error there, not sure with the stroke or with the line. And now see, now he's again taking
Thank,
his time because now you
thank you,
start
Mr.
second guessing
Caddy.
yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Caddy, for moving away from the camera side. Now gives us a better view.
Now hopefully this is a formality for him, gets this rolling, forgets what he's done, and moves on to the next one. And he does do that. I think that's the beauty of the sport as well, Mr. Swami. You have no scope of second guessing yourself or not committing to a stroke, even if it's a 3 footer.
Imagined by Dream Valley.
I'm watching it intently. I think he's content with the strike. Just wants to see where it finishes. Looking down on the fairway usually indicates that he wasn't actually happy with the strike.
Yeah, he didn't seem to get any air.
Matthias now with a little wood from the right side of the fairway. The uphill should help him also get the ball down softer. Leaning left, looking right. It's his hands off. Maybe not too happy with where it finished. But it is a par 5. You don't have to really hit the flag. Yesterday, of course, we watched Matthias with a perfect start, perfect drive in the fairway, and then hit his iron close to the flag, made the putt, started with an eagle. But even if you could just push yourself around somewhere around the green, a good up and down, start off with a birdie, but not that easy as we've seen a few putts miss. Aman now on the long par 3, number 2.
This has been a bit of a challenge for the boys.
Aman with the honor on number 2, which would indicate they all made a par. And that's. Oh, no, Aman did not have the honor. My apologies. There is a goal ball right over the flag already. Aman coming up a little short, but safely on the green. Karan now on the tee. That would mean that Manu is just over the green on the right side. Nothing too troubling. Karan now getting the measure of the wind.
So Aman dropped a shot on the first hole, so I'm sure he's quite keen on trying to get back. But that eagerness should not mean something that he shouldn't be doing on this par 3. A bit of a challenging par 3.
Not only is it long, as we just watched the visual on the right, it is guarded by 3 bunkers as well. So you need to have a sure strike on this hole. As does Karan. One of the better shots in the day on this
Correct,
hole.
and he probably has a look, of course, a bit of a longish putt, but I think he's the best of the 3 there. 2 of the 3 golf balls have landed on the green, one just off it.
Karan, a similar territory to where we watched Varun Chopra previously hit his putt from. Varun managing to not make that, and let's see if Karan can make a better fist for it. All 3 of them should be fairly content with where they've ended up on the second there. Ryan now seems to be the only one walking on the green. Shaurya coming up a little right of the green, but on the first card, I think That's job well done in my opinion.
Oh,
It's a very
yes.
good place to be.
So you get off to a good start early in the day on the first couple of holes, and I think that is job well done. And here is what a lovely sight.
Unmistakable, consistent swing of Rahul Gangji. And Manu Ganda is there. Or do it so differently by in the time that Manu's completing his backswing, Rahul's already gone through his follow through. Matthias now on the left side of the bunker, little downhill with the ball below his feet. Not the easiest shot in the world, but if he's got some room to work with, shouldn't be too difficult. I think anything inside 10 feet is a good shot here.
The sand doesn't look much sound either. It looks a bit hard there. My, anyway, it is inside 10 feet, I think, Irish.
Yes, I think it's a good job done. I think the only thing would be that he's a little over the hole, so he's going to have a slight downhill curler from the right. Sure, now he ardently follows that green reading technique left foot to his aim point. Make sure he has all the slopes in check. Interesting to see if he takes a wedge out here. He does. So he's going to chip it. Very interesting to see how aggressive he's going to be. Is he going to try making it? Or is he going to think that, I just cozy it up there, make my part, and move to the second? Both Rahil and his caddy intently watch the young man. Takes the grounded route.
Still work to do. That's not an easy putt to get in for par.
I think he's done the smart thing by erring on the side of over the hole from there. So he's going to have an uphill putt. A little more tricky if you leave yourself a downhiller. We still have about 4 or 5 feet left as you watch Aman Raj on the right with his putt. Oh, that's a narrow miss for
Just
him.
under the hole.
That had so much break, it almost felt like it's coming back to him. That's the trick on this golf course as well. I mean, he's almost hold that putt, got the speed correct. Quite a tee, but he still has a 4 footer left with a little break and a little stressful putt there. And Rahil on the left now. Ah, that's a narrow
Just
miss as
under.
well. But a wonderful putt by him. He's left himself in tap in range. Shouldn't be too stressful. Yeah, he's just gone and tapped that out. I think anytime you're over 15 feet here and you tap out your second putt is an achievement. I think it's going to be Manu's turn on the right for his birdie. Matthias on his attempt for birdie, the right to left curler, and he manages to do that beautifully. It's a wonderful stroke by him. Should give him an air of confidence walking on to number two. A little pep in his stride as well. Shaurya now, the third member of this group and the current leader of the Vooty Masters 2024. Going through that familiar routine. Manu coming up a little short with his birdie attempt. Karan now in a closer putt, closer range. Let's see if he manages to make one here. So that disappointing start on number one. Now coming up a little short. The green's playing slightly slower from that side than the other ones. Tapping for him nonetheless. Shaurya now with his stroke, and he makes that putt beautifully.
So that's a par, much relieved. I think he's probably got a shot there. So a good start there for Shaurya.
Yes, making a birdie that seems to be unfazed. Probably telling us that the only nerves that are there are through the words of the commentators. I am feeling very confident of my game. Aman Raj now for his par putt, and then that is a disappointing three putt again. So that's through two three putts to begin the round for Aman Raj. Usually he's very good with the 5 or 6 footers.
Very, very discouraging, very, very disappointing for him, I'm sure. But there's still 16 more holes to go, and there is a lot more that he can actually make up in.
Three putts and 2 holes. Those are usually the errors that pinch more to a golfer anyway, because you're more acceptable of a drive that goes in the wrong direction or an iron shot that you come up short with. But three putts usually feels like avoidable. Manu would like to do that. Manu would like to make his two putt here. Move on to the third. Manu, the only one out of the three in this group who made a nice putt on the first for a par. And he
Drops it
comfortably
in.
does so.
Good. It is breezy. The flag is suggesting that.
Which might make this hole particularly slightly easy today because the flag is in the back and the hole is long. Someone might,
So you've got a lot of green to play with, isn't it?
and maybe a club shorter than otherwise if there was a little more headwind as you watch. Angad Chima on our screen right now. He was part of that leader group yesterday, but made a few errors coming into the round and finds himself
So
few shots back.
the lead group arrives to the second.
Matthias now taking the honor from Rahil by making that birdie on number one.
So both Matthias and Shaurya opening with a birdie each, while Rahil just started the par. So the gap between Shaurya and Matthias stays at 3, while Rahil is now 4 behind Shaurya and 1 behind Matthias.
Matthias there narrowly missing the bunker, leaves himself a little short. He'd have a couple of slopes to contend with. With his chip shot, he wasn't letting up. He was going directly for the flag. Shaurya now. Interesting to see whether he tries to play safe to the right side or does he go for the flag. Shaurya also has that familiar pre-shot routine. Takes 2 practice swings. As we can see on the screen, Shaurya is at 15 under par. An ideal start for him. Seems like he pushed the ball a little to the right and hoping for a little draw to come back. He has missed the green, not sure where it ended up. as we get Rahil. Rahil hit some wonderful iron shots yesterday, and this is a long par three, but this does seem like an opening for him. For a guy who's made a hole in one on a par four, I don't think a par three is going to phase him much. Wonderful camera work there, and he does so. A little unlucky that it didn't spin back onto the green, but fairly.
Large green, isn't it? A big one, multi-tiered.
As we've seen the trend on this golf course, I think we were mentioning yesterday that the greens and the undulations are such that you want to be on the right tier when you're putting.
Correct, absolutely. Because these those platform like kind of the ledges that there are, that can be quite intimidating at times. Surely has got a spring in his walk. He's begun the final day, 3 shots clear, and he's opened with a birdie.
Yet to know whether.
There it is, 15 under for Shaurya Binu. Matthews Dominguez at 12 under, and Rahil 11. He's not made any mistakes. It's just that he didn't birdie the par 5 first hole. So his playing partner Shaurya and Matthias did just that. A lot of land out there.
Land for the viewers, out of bounds for the golfers. They'd want to keep away from that. As we have it, all players making their way towards the green. Shora seems to be going a little right and over the green, measuring his chip shot there. Matthias, as we watched, he did come up a little short, but should not be too troubling for him as long as he draws a decent lie. Rahil, the best of the three here. He's already got the flat stick out. Mother seems to have found a little sprinkler head, so he gets his allotted free drop. Rahil there repairing his pitch mark. A good practice for everybody who is going to get out on the greens today or tomorrow. Anytime you go, make sure you take care of the golf course. We pan our camera. Shaurya seems to have missed it by quite a margin. Now, this would be an interesting test for him. It's the first time we're seeing somebody there. He seems to have drawn a decent lie given how far right he's missed it. I think that is a job well done.
Took 4 practice swings. My advice to the young man is that he needs to speed up a little bit. Even though he's in the lead group, there's no one behind him, but still.
I have a feeling if that trend continues, Mr. Sampath Chari's cart is soon going to be in our view. Matthias, now I'm not sure if he's in the most ideal of positions when it comes to the slope, because his ball is above his feet, but the ball is going to go left to right when it hits the green and go downhill. They're putting a little cut spin on it and a little check spin. That was the danger always, because there were 2 opposing slopes. It's very difficult to then get that strike because you always have the risk of blading it. I know we assume with professional golfers that they're always going to get the perfect strike, but that's never the case. I mean, the best of the best ever also make mistakes with the wedge or other clubs. So that was the danger. Matthias did fall trap to that. Maybe the earlier slope that he was on that little uphill would have made things easier for him. Obviously, he was in a sprinkler head, so he could not have played from there. So he's going to have a long attempt at par. Rahil now in an ideal position of sorts, just a little lengthy birdie attempt for him. We've seen the players coming up a little short from this side, so maybe the speed's perplexing most of them. Let's see if Rahil falls trap to that as well. Indeed, he does. So something the green reading there from that side seems quicker than it is. Most of the players coming short, so he's still going to have 2 to 3 feet left. Could also have been a case of a little mud ball for him. Never know, but now that he's on the green, he's allowed to lift, clean, and place. Matthias now. Thank you to the caddy. He realized he was in the frame. Now we have a clear view of the entire putt. This can determine a lot of the momentum from Matthias moving forward into the round. A birdie putt on the first, a wonderful putt there. See if we can repeat the feat here. No, he got the speed right, but over borrowed on the break. So Matthias is going to have a birdie bogey start. Not too damaging given how tough the second hole is. It's not the easiest of holes. As we watch on hole number 4, they're searching for a golf ball. I'm not sure whose golf ball they're searching for, but Dharma, Saptak, and now Varun joining in. A couple of caddies as well. I think they've lost the golf ball out on the rough there. The rough, yes, as we mentioned yesterday, the rough is thick. The winds are up and the greens are playing fast. So, despite being a short golf course, the golf course has a lot of defense as we watch. Shaurya now going through his routine, setting up on the partner. This will also determine a lot of momentum. He's going to feel like he's picked up a shot by making a par here, especially given Matthias made a bogey. That's a quick stride into the hole. Shaurya has absolutely no nerves. Nothing is unfazing him today. He seems to be making a statement telling the field that if you want to win this tournament, you have to move past me because I'm not coming back down or letting up.
Not just move past me, but also take it from me.
Yes, and Rahil would have to be a little careful on these 2 3 footers. We've seen players struggling with this length today. Rahil aiming just outside the hole and comfortably gets it from the right side of the hole. It's a par for him.
So Shaurya making a confident start on the fourth and final day as he bids for his maiden professional title. Barely into his second season, only the second event of the 2024 season, which is Shaurya's second season. Among being trained by former professional Tarun Sansai in Bangalore, Shaurya has shaped up quite well. There's a search on for the golf ball. They need to be careful that they don't step on it while looking for it. Dharma's group there. The big strapping Varun Chopra there, Sapta Talwar. They only have that much time there before the referees start asking them to move. Tough one there. I don't think they've been able to find that. A little further ahead.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
And here we have Varun deciding to take a drop. Mikhail Ortolani is the man to watch today. He's had a fantastic start. An eagle on the first, birdies on the third and the sixth, 4 under, and he's crept up into the top five. And there is Dharma. Just overshot is that?
One of the more playful flags by Mr. Sampachari, corner to the right, almost inaccessible. Almost being the key word.
And here is Saptak. Saptak's had a modest start. He had actually a bogey in the par 5 first, and I'm sure that wouldn't have made him very happy. Rather, he must be still thinking about it. I hope not, though. A birdie on the third. That's a nice one. Possibly within striking distance there for him.
Yeah, something's telling us they're saying that, you know what, no flag is inaccessible for me. I will go for whatever I can see. But Varun here now, this would be interesting to watch.
He's just taken a drop there, though I'm not too sure if it's a. But he was searching for his golf ball there for a long time. So I wonder if he found it actually. So he's taken a drop there. And now
Varun currently at 7 under, taking a swipe, seems to have played out on the left of the flag safely. And it's a wonderful shot by him. As we watched, he was using a device, if you notice. To all our viewers, we'll let you know you are allowed on the PGTI currently to use a distance measuring device as long as it does not, you do not use the slope feature on it. This is obviously in attempts to speed up play.
so you're watching live action from the Vooty Golf County in Vikarabad and the Vooty Masters 2024 presented by the Dream Valley Group.
Varun striding after the ball quite comfortably, uh, playing his, I'm assuming his second shot from the rough. I think he wanted nothing to do with that flag, just wanted to hit the green. Dharma now from over the flag in a little rough, and it's a short chip, but it's not going to be easy. Seems to be very quick from there. I think given the practice swing, he's just trying to bump it a foot ahead of himself and just let it roll down.
Needs to be a bit careful though.
Yes, that's what he's done.
Now it's rolling down. There's just that tiny ledge. He came stopped before that. Otherwise, it could have been even further down.
See, now that is a decent attempt, but again, given how the Greens are playing, you're not guaranteed to make a 4 or 5 footer here. It's definitely not in till it's in on this golf course. One on a fairly quick player, especially once he gets over the ball, doesn't take a lot of time. But he seems to be aiming well to the left here and taking a big break. And I think he got the speed right. Just overborrowed there. About
What
two and a half
happens,
feet.
Anish, if you bogeyed a hole the previous day, I mean, does it play on your mind when you come back to the same hole the following day?
I would usually no. I think over the course of a few rounds, if you've not played the hole well in the first 3 rounds, then it definitely does because you feel like there's a pattern to it. But you've made an error once in the previous round. You know that can happen anywhere on any hole, so shouldn't be bothering a player too much. Saptak now the best out of the lot on this hole. Clear opportunity for birdie here. Also going through his routine fairly quickly. Watching it till the end and a lip out there that would hurt. Still not in. Still about 2.5 feet out.
Oh, more than probably, yeah, about 3 feet. So it's still not over. That's the thing, I mean, you can't, you really can't, get that putt coming back. You have to be careful about that.
I think Dharma would be very happy if he makes this, given he was in a tricky spot with his third. He's going to put this ball in and move out quick, but that is not to be
No,
for him.
many a slip between the cup and the lip. That's what they made this phrase for.
So the early hour of our coverage has been about misses more than making. Not sure if that's going to be the trend to the day, but then players missing putts like this would mean Shaurya's job might become a little easier. He might actually open up a bigger lead.
True, but yesterday in the third round, Shaurya actually had a bogey on the fourth. He's coming up soon on the fourth, a little while from now. And Rahul actually had a birdie on the fourth yesterday. I just checked and I saw that Matthias too had a bogey on the fourth. So, I mean, it'll be a little interesting to watch how they deal with it.
Saptak taking those extra few seconds on the shorter putt than he did on the longer putt, comfortably in there. Varun seeing the break from all sides of the hole, just making sure he knows exactly what he needs to do. So yeah, again, Varun just taking a little extra time on the short ones. He just knows these ones are trickier than the longer putts. And comfortably puts it in at the end. And these they make their way through the fourth. Wonderful views of the golf course. It's the more we look at it, the more beautiful it looks. Perfectly cut grass, perfectly manicured. Each cut of grass clearly visible. On the tee, Thanga, a quick pull back from his follow through, quick pick up of the tee, always indicating you're content with where you hit it. It's on the left side of the fairway for him there. The other member of the group, Sarthak, boy from Delhi. Manu now, boy from Gurgaon, from the left rough on the fourth. Wouldn't be too easy to stop it next to the flag. Does a decent job of it. Given where Varun was, you'd assume that Manu's also had to contend with a big slope from the left. Aman Raj now in an ideal position. Aman's been striking the ball beautifully today. It's just struggled with the flat stick a little. Keenly watching where he ends it up and putting a little action on there would have actually been better if he didn't spin it too much. But under the hole, a birdie opportunity for sure.
He does need that birdie or two after the start where he was bogey bogey.
Karan's not in the most ideal of positions, entering this bunker on the left on hole number four. But he's got the angle working for him. If he can get a clean strike, it depends on the lie. Not more than a wedge in his hands. Quick take out of the bunker and a wonderful wedge shot by him. He's the best out of the three. All three fairly makeable chances. Maybe Manu's a little outside the range, but he's a great putter. So
The opportunity does exist, but it now depends. I mean, considering the way the greens have been so far, they'd also want to be careful. We've seen quite a few small ones graze past.
this group is showcasing why they're some of the best players in the country. Manu now
That's an
showing.
interesting pose, isn't it?
It's yeah, exactly. I think he's trying to tell everybody that I'm not just a great golfer. I am fairly flexible.
And a yoga person. A lot of golfers rely on yoga for flexibility and fitness.
I think golfers are trying to willing to try everything under the sun if it means that they might shave off a stroke.
I'm so happy for Manu. I mean, it wasn't the best of starts on the DP World Tour last year, where he got on to by virtue of topping the order of merit on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. But once back on familiar territory, he's begun with a win last week, and he's contending this week again. Of course, a bit of a gap there between him and Shaurya, 6 shots to be more precise. But there is again another cliche which says it's never open till it's never over till it's over.
And it is 6 shots right now, but so much has happened yesterday as well. We saw so many places there were 2 shot, 3 shot swings. A putt missed here, a putt made somewhere else. Still a long way to go. Manu, with that reaction, we know he's missed it. Amaraj now after that wet shot with a lot of backspin. Always fun to watch for amateur golfers from under the hole. It's not happening for him with the flat stick
It's
today.
not. It's not.
Karan now also having struggled with the flat stick a little bit on the first. Would want some redemption and make this one.
See, on a day when you're trying to chase down a leader who's just not giving way, bars and bogeys are not the way to chase him. It actually is more frustrating. And I think that's the time. Yeah, Karen ready.
And he's again not
It's
got the
just
break right there. I mean, there is something in the greens. Definitely something in the greens because these guys are not going to misread
so many.
bunches of putts together. And it's not just one person struggling. It feels like all of them at some point are missing the putts that you would assume they're making.
I wonder if it's the grain that's bothering them. It can't be the speed because they had 11.8 yesterday, 11.9 today.
Haman safely in for his par, but he'd be disappointed with that four. I think with the wedge in his hand from the center of the fairway, he would have thought red numbers in this hole.
As I was mentioning yesterday, Inish, the front nine is far more challenging and more difficult than the back nine. Shorter did a pretty decent job of hanging on, holding his ground on the front nine yesterday. And if he does the same again today, I don't think you can stop him on the back nine.
And they're sneaking it from the left side. Yes, I agree with you there, but I think Shora does not have to make a bunch of birdies to steer clear of the group anyway. I feel if Shora can manage to play the first half at par at one under, he's opening up a sizable lead given only 9 holes left after that. And if he doesn't make an error, I think it's going to be very difficult for anybody to catch him.
And so far, he's not showed any indications or any signs, of noticeable nervousness. I'm sure there are butterflies inside there, but he's, kind of controlled them very, very well. And tremendous, very commendable for a 19-year-old. I must share with you, Anish, I speak off and on with Tarun Sardesai, his coach. And Tarun's actually mentored Aryan Rupa Anand, who's now a pro on the tour, a two-time All India amateur champion. He also mentored Subhash Tamang, the Nepal pro who's actually made the cut this week also, who won the All India Amateurs late last year before turning professional and then earning his card through the PGTIQ school. And he said that he lays a lot of emphasis also on mental aspect of the game. He says they have regular classes, they meet psychologists, they kind of speak about it, their fears, their tentativeness, etc. And I think that is pretty good. I'm sure a lot of other coaches do the same. I know Jesse Grewal does that. And there's quite a few of the other guys who pay a lot of attention to the mental aspect, the mental strengthening of a player, because I think that becomes very, very crucial. So, and I think Shaurya has come off pretty well, and I'm so happy for him.
Varun's got quite the challenge, and he's
Runs away, runs away. But okay, it's coming
Brings it back
back.
a
It's
little.
coming back, and it's coming in the nice direction.
Not every day did you see some
Just
backspin
a
with the
bit
putter.
more. Just a wee bit more.
I think he's done a decent job
Oh, it's done a
given.
great job. I thought it was running away. The speed that it showed. I'm just glad that it didn't hit the fringe and get over it.
This is all the more difficult for Saptak. And that was the difficulty. I think if he pitched it on the green, it had to be a
He
perfect
actually
shot.
probably hit a tuft of grass there on the fringe, which actually stopped the momentum of the ball.
But coming back to the earlier conversation, well, Saptak and Dharma figure out what they need to do. I think the exposure of golf and the level of golf that everybody gets up to at a younger age nowadays, I think the difference is only how they channel their thoughts and how they manage their mind. I know personally that is the difference that I have felt with other players. Playing myself, I realize the skill is actually comparatively the easier part to achieve. The mind is what separates the good players from the very good players. Dharma now with the flat stick, also in a slightly awkward position, coming to all that rough, and the disappointing miss after the wonderful strike. Right on in an ideal position in the fairway on number four. Coming in from a good angle as well, and he's always been lethal with his wedges and irons. Seems to have pushed it out a little. Not sure if he's short or long, but oh, he's there out on the right. Sharia walking onto the green. Sattak on our left after that fluffed chip shot. The difficult chip shot to begin with. Let's see if we can make a little comeback with this putt. He's come up short. Matthias now from the left side. Not sure if he's in the rough or the fairway, but he seems to be not on the putting surface as well. So not an ideal position. That flag is in a tricky spot. I think that's one of the more impressive two putts that one would see, given where Varun was.
And talking about impressiveness, impressive features, here is Shafia Binu.
Hole number four. Not sure if that's his drive or third shot. We'll know soon. But he does have a tricky pitch shot coming up.
Again, very impressive.
He does use that slope perfectly.
He's got it very nicely.
And he's had a few wet shots in the day already till hole number four, and he's played them to quite a comfort, which would indicate that nerves aren't really troubling him too much. And if he does have nerves, if he is a little stressed, he's not showing it. He's conducting and carrying himself very well. Looking at Sharan, I don't know how the day is going to progress, but there definitely is a winner in him. Matthias now probably caught a flyer lie for his second. He's well over the green. I think this chip shot is almost impossible to get close to the hole. Opening the blade, ball settled down. He's not going to get much spin. He's relying on height. I think he's bladed that over the green. I'm not sure where that's finished, but it seemed to have gone in the direction of the bunker. So more and more trouble for Mateus here. He's not having a good time on number 4. I think that also goes to show that the course is not that long. The fairway is not too difficult to hit, but if you miss the fairway, you can keep putting yourself in trouble. And we see here Matthias now in the bunker, playing his 4th from there, going about it fairly quickly, and he's left it in the bunker again. I think he needs to settle down a little. This is where the role of the caddy comes in handy, but now the 5th for Matthias, I think he's just going through it quickly.
I think he needs to take a deep breath. I mean, no, that was again not a fully, kind of focused shot there.
I'm not sure of the reason for his hastiness. He obviously has time. I'm not sure. There's something definitely that has frustrated him, but it's disappointing to see the way things are turning out for him on number 4. Rushing to get the putter out. Even so, I think he'd still be glad it's not his turn still. That's the fickleness of the sport as well. Things can just turn from one second to the other.
Oh, yes.
Rahil giving it a whack with his putter. He's left himself the better part of 4 feet there, coming from over the hole on the right. Currently, everybody seems to be struggling on the greens by his reaction. I think he thought that we're back with you again, Manu now. Coming in a completely different direction from the hole. So it indicates the amount of there for him. I think Mr. Sampachari has had a lot of fun with this flag position.
Wow. Look at that. It's fulls. Very clearly, it's this is not easy.
Amanraj quickly tapping out before the ball starts moving. Given how slopey this flag position is. Karan Pratap just off the green, we saw Dharma from a similar range on a different angle take the putter out. Karan choosing to go with a chip. He's probably thinking he's going to hold this. He's going to give it a good run. And was egging it on, just comes up a little short. Not a bad chip shot. Taps it in, moves forward.
The Manugandha scrub. Like Camilo Villegas has a Scrouch, Manu's going to take a patent for this one.
And here's got a curve. Oh, it had a double break. Moved to the right first and then came back to the left at the end. He got the speed right, but the ferocious tap in there. Staying on top of things as we are as well with the drones. Watching our golfers going about their business. As you watch the group of Sangaraja, Gaur Singh and Sarthak. Sarthak Chibber seems to be the one with the honor here. Coming from over the hole, quite a stroke to contend with. I don't think he has to give it a big whoop with the putter. Deft touch is what is required here. And deft touch it was, but I thought he made it lipped out. Disappointing look by him.
Thangaraja has been the man to watch on the final day, along with Ortolani. While Shaurya may be difficult to catch for some of the other guys, I mean the other places are up for grabs, second downwards. Shaurya seems to be in a zone of his own.
We watch Ryan on the far right. Everybody's got their look. Hit the ball there, little left right, trying to run, holding his follow through. Dharma now on our screens on hole number 6. Carefully going through his routine, just giving it that extra little thought. The more you play, the closer you are going towards the tournament's end. You want to keep pushing and propelling yourself up the leaderboard. Every stroke matters.
That's one for a birdie. Yes, it drops it and catches on the right lip and gets it. So Dharma is on a roll. 4 birdies in a row from third to sixth, and suddenly Dharma is also that was Dharma. I'm sorry, I'm confusing him with Thangaraja. Thangaraja has been the man to watch right now.
Something there with his routine. He's got that little tuck of the t-shirt on the left side. Seen a few players do it. Whatever works for you, as long as you get the job done. Saptak would hope that this is the last stroke on this hole for him in this tournament, and yes, it is. Wonderfully put. Thangaraja with those 4 birdies, Mr. Swami, that might be the push that the other players and the energy that the other players get engulfed in and make a few themselves.
I was talking about Thangaraja. That's the 8th, the par 3.
We saw a few birdies made here yesterday as well.
Thangaraja has been, as I said, Thangaraja has been on the roll right now. He lands on the green again with the 8th. He had birdies on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. It's been a good day for him so far.
Now, our screen's Gaurav Pratap Singh, GPS, the most popular man in Noida.
GPS, he's got a good name, and especially for this game, like laser, get it straight onto the green and into the cup.
We keep telling him he's made for worldwide fame, or he keeps telling us, not sure, but that's
Well, that is GPS indeed.
it's a wonderful shot by him indeed, putting himself in gimme range, if you can say that, on this golf course. Wonderfully done by him. If you can see on the screens, the green seems to be sloping both short of the flag away from it and over the flag away from it again. So it's a little tier that you have to hit it on, and he does so perfectly. The GPS's shot still not the best, Mr. Swami.
I'm sure there are many more to come with the leader group following the others.
Rahil after that swipe on number 5.
The 5th, par 5, 5th is a place where Shaurya can actually increase the distance between him and the rest. He's had birdies in the 1st and 4th.
And I think he's coming from the better side of the green as well. Short of the green, in the bunker. If you get a little more spin, let the ball speed to the flag.
And he's got it turning in very, very well. And here, okay, a bit more than he would have wanted, but he still got himself okay there. I wondered if that was the 3rd shot. Possibly was. Was 3rd shot. And so he's got a 2-putt for par. He's already 5 ahead. Started the day at 3 clear and now 5.
Rahil on the tricky side of the hole, he did definitely go for the flag, just tugged it a bit left. He's on that slope. I don't think he can fly it all the way to the green. He needs to prop up a softer shot and hope that the ball trickles down onto the green and stats next to the flag. As he watches scorecard, 4 pars to begin his round. So no damage to the scorecard, but he's not picked up a shot, and Shaurya's managed to pick up 2. So increase the gap with Rahil.
This is a difficult one to play, but didn't get onto the green. Shaurya has had a very interesting start to his career. He came through the Q school last year, and when his own fellow, golfer from the same stable, Aryan Rupanand, had topped the Q school last year, and Binu finished 27th. I saw through the stats. When he got onto the tour, he had quite a few missed cuts in the early part of the season. In fact, I think he had 3 missed cuts in a row, and then slowly started getting into the rhythm and picked up 2 top 10s last year. And this year, he's begun well. He was 10th last week in Tollygunge, and here he is contending for his first pro title on the PGTI Tour. He's had less than 20 starts as a professional, and I think that is indeed pretty commendable. Just 19 years of age, a huge long career ahead of him.
Matthias now from just off the green. It's got a little downhiller, but an easier shot than what Rahil had. Just very deftly just gave it a slight touch and the ball's rolled next to the hole. I think he'd be okay with that. But the signs have been there, Mr. Swami, for Shaurya. He's progressed. He's played the qualifying school, made his card. He's retained his card, and he's had a few decent finishes. So it's not a surprise. It's very heartening to see young guys coming out and performing and showing their skills with utmost confidence. It will still be Rahil to play before Shaurya. It's just off the green, but it is a makeable putt. And that might be one, might need one of this length to turn the
I,
momentum in his favor.
yeah, this is only the start of the season, and one can't get ahead. But Shaurya could fancy himself getting onto a higher tour next year, maybe even the DP World Tour, if he tops the order of merit this year. It does drop.
That's a
It
wonderful
does
putt.
drop.
Finally, we see one falling in.
Rahil Ganji is shaking his head. Oh my God! Finally, the gods are with me. It's almost resigned happiness. I mean, he said, "God, okay, thank you."
Bring the rules official in. I think there's a pitch mark right ahead of his marker. Just making sure he knows exactly what to
Smart
do
guy.
there.
He got a senior player like Rahil Ganji to the picture, and Rahil was pointing out, and then I think that is good grooming. I mean, that is excellent. As a young golfer, you need to know all these things. You can't take the rules for granted. You cannot do things without being sure, and especially when you hold a 5 shot lead. You don't want to mess it up right now, do you?
Yes, I think something as a ruling should not be something that you mess with.
So there you are. Nice to poke out a birdie in the first, a birdie on the fourth. And right now he's on the fifth, par five, fifth. He could fancy himself a birdie here too.
Absolutely, and I think he has a sight set for exactly that. He's left himself a putt which is slightly longer than he would have hoped for, given he was in the greenside bunker, but still an uphill one. And he just saw Rahil make a putt, and that should help him make a more confident stroke as well. Saw Shoya tapping a few footmarks ahead of his ball. The rules of golf now allow you to do that. You don't have to only repair. You can also repair footmarks.
He wants to be 100% sure. I mean, we might say that he's a bit on the slower side and thinks that is something that he might need to work on. But at the same time, the lead group, looking at his maiden professional title, he just wants to be 110% sure, maybe even 120%. So there it is, a crucial putt for him on the par 5 fifth, already hold at 16 under. Yes. See, he's justified all that he did by rolling it in. Fantastic. The young man has shown absolutely no signs of nerves.
I think Shora believes in the philosophy that you take fewer strokes, you take lesser time to play the round of golf as well.
So there's one of the action from the fourth hole, which also he had birdied, and here is Matthias.
Wonderful little use of technology. Rahil there on the fourth. We saw him missing this one. Made the one coming back. Aman Raj now having his struggles with the flat stick. Seems to be under the hole. We saw a couple of putts being made from this angle as well. Dharma and Satak. Aman would love to have this stroke perfectly read, middle of the hole, pick up the ball and move forward. Aman finds himself currently at 9 under par, and he does that. Perfectly reads it, perfect stroke. Moving on to the next. The breeze is definitely picked up since the beginning of the round. You see not only just the leaves fluttering, see the flag aggressively swerving as well. Varun, Saptak, and Dharma, all three seem to be over the flag on this one. Varun is getting some kind of a drop.
While Varun and his playing partners check out what they need to do next. Just a little bit more about, say, a young man like Shaurya Binu. Careers can change very, very fast. A win here, something more to do this year later, and he could soon be on a completely different orbit.
It's a little short from Varun. And sometimes it's also the belief that you get within you, because a lot of the times you have the access to skill. It's just once you believe that you can utilize it to actually win and what, you start doing it. Sometimes it's just lack of that.
Yep, we can say that very well. We saw that in the case of your best buddy, Shubhankar, who, when he suddenly won in Joburg and then in Malaysia, he suddenly, kind of zoomed up. And even at events like the World Golf Championships, the then World Golf Championships, came into contention. And I think he may not have won again since then, but he's done very well to stay on the DP World Tour since then for 5 or 6 years now. And it's never ever easy, to maintain your card like that at the highest level. And he's done a pretty good job. He did come very close to winning a Rolex Series event in Abu Dhabi uh, last year. And I mean, last to last year, not even last year, last to last year. And he's been there, he's been close. It's just a question of the timing. He will get there soon, I'm
Saptak
sure.
also erring on the side of where Varun left his putt. Clearly, they don't want to go over the hole here.
See, one of the reasons why I brought Shubhakan into the conversation is because Binu could become the third Indian teenager to win on the PGTI. Shubhankar was there, and there was Karandeep Kocher. So Bean will join a pretty illustrious company. He will have, been in a good select club, which only has two members right now. He could be the third.
Dharma making the better stroke of the three there, narrowly missing out on his putt. And Shaurya would do it in a better time as well. Shubhankar was already pro for 2 years before he won on the PGTI. I think Shubhankar's also lucky. He's got a good set of friends.
I can vouch for that. Interesting thing is that, like Shumankar, Binu is the son of an army officer, of course. Binu's father is still serving. So, the contribution of the armed forces to Indian golf is just incredible. From the likes of Jyoti Randhawa to Anirban Lahiri and to many, many others, the access to golf courses, facilities, etc., I think makes it, kind of gives them a better opportunity, a greater opportunity, but it's also a matter of seizing those opportunities.
A tricky one for Saptak. He gets it in. Varun would like to follow suit as well.
So, son of a serving army officer, trying to become only the third teenager to win on the Indian PGTI Tour, only in his second year as a professional. He's got three top tens so far in his career. The third one having come last week in Tollygunge. A qualifying school graduate from 2023. So Shaurya Binu has got a lot going for him, and this could be the biggest day of his career so far.
Varun Chopra rolls it in perfectly. No trouble there. I'm building onto that point. I feel coming from a defense background, I think access to sports and golf is also easier. Sarthak just off the green. His little chip shot. Cozies it up to the flag. Shouldn't be a problem to get that in.
So right now Shaurya is at 17 under and playing on the sixth. Rahil Ganji, his playing partner, after four pars, frustrating pars to say the least, did get a birdie on the par 5 fifth to move to 12 under, his first gain of the day. And right behind them is Sri Lanka's N. Thangaraja. Four birdies between the third and the sixth.
I'm
Rather
just telling
fun.
everybody
Yes.
the greens aren't that tough, boys.
So he's at 10 under, Thangaraja. I'm sure he's putting all that he saw in the Dubai Desert Classic, which I mentioned a little while earlier, to good use. A very, very smiling face, carried a huge backpack with bottles of water, snacks, and just kept walking the whole day from almost like 8 o'clock onwards. He kept saying, it's very hot, and then said, but it's also hot when we play golf. So I'm getting used to it. I thought that was so positive a way to look at it. And he was seeing some of the best golfers, including Rory McIlroy in action.
Gaurav Pratap Singh there would not be too content with that putt. Still has some work left there. As we see on our screens, Thangaraja making birdies on 3, 4, 5, and 6. So he's got the round going. He says he's telling his playing competitors and everybody who's playing up around the leaderboard that if you guys are not trying to catch up the leader, I am going to do it myself. Now measuring up and reading his line, he's got a birdie opportunity for himself. Won't be too surprised if he scares the hole on this one.
Some of Sri Lanka's golfing fortunes are also intertwined with India. A long putt there from Thanga. Oh,
Oh,
he almost got that one in. He is putting like a dream on a day when others seem to be having quarrels with the green.
I almost held my breath there as the camera was following the golf ball. I thought he's going to make it.
Then look at that confident walk. He's gritting his teeth. Oh my God, I almost got that. So, some of the Sri Lanka's wonderful golfers, like, there used to be Nandasena Pereira, father of Mithun Pereira. Nandasena used to come to play the All India Amateur every year to India. He didn't win it, but he came close many times. He was a touch artist, just like his son is. Mithun went on to make a mark in India. The best thing about Mithun was that he even used to speak in Hindi. He learnt it here. Spent a lot of time in Gujarat at Kalhar. An absolutely friendly guy who's almost now becoming a mentor for many of the younger Sri Lankan boys. Then there was Prabhakaran, and of course Anura Rohana, whose son has started playing a lot. And Anura was at the Asian Games when I covered Shiv Kapoor winning the gold medal in Busan in Korea. Anura also on the podium there with a silver medal. So, and here is Thangaraja now plying his trade on the Indian tour and doing a pretty good job. He's been a very, very consistent performer. We are now back to the lead group. Matthias on the sixth.
Coming from under the will you be hoping to hold this one? And that's a near miss for him.
He kisses it and stays away.
Not to be on this one for him. A wonderful chip shot nonetheless. Sure, and now trying to get his read. I think he's coming off a similar line. Just under the hole with his flat stick in his hand already. Matthias just marking his goal ball and telling them, boys, let me just tap this in and move to the next one. I don't want to be lurking around a putting green for too long, lest it creates some doubts. And wonderfully held by him there. While Shora takes a look at what he needs to do, we have a quick update. Arjun Prasad on hole number 8 managed to make a hole in one, the first of the season on the PG10, and I'm sure not the last one. So, congratulations to him. I'm sure that was a wonderful golf ball, wonderful ball flight to watch. Arjun also having a good day, move up the leaderboard. One blemish on the card, 3 birdies, and a hole in one to boast alongside that. So he's 4 under for the day. A healthy move up the leaderboard as we come back to Shaurya.
It's not easy. It's going to come down, roll down a bit.
I think he's going to fancy his chances given he's watched what Matthias did, but under reading the break there.
But also did well to stop it there so that he can at least get his second putt in.
Yes, Mr. Swami, every time I see a 2-footer here, I get nervous watching on the screen. I've seen too many of them miss. Rahul now from the left side of the cup, moving up the hill. Should not be a big breaker. One of the more makeable putts, if you can call that, on these greens. When he start love to jump. up on this but no, clearly right after the stroke, an animated reaction from him indicating he wasn't happy with the read or the stroke. As we can see on our screens, Rahil currently the closest pursuer to Shaurya, and he is five back. I think as we're drawing closer to the back line, these are the putts that Rahil would definitely need to make, because Shaurya seems to be telling everybody that I'm only going to make birdies. So if you have to catch me, you have to make more. Shaurya for tidying up, deft touch, and a little 360 there. But as long as they move in the hole, they go in the hole, you're fine.
Look at that. Look at the walk. I mean, he knows he's champion material.
It almost seems like he's walking to the trophy already. That confidence. As Karan now we saw his pitch shot finishing over the hole, so that would mean that he's missed the putt coming back, and this would be for his tap in.
A victory in sight.
Manu's got a short one here, but the way Shaurya has conducted himself to 3.5 rounds now, I feel everybody watching him play, even his competitors around, would love to actually see him follow through, finish, and win. I know they're trying to win themselves.
I love the demeanor of this boy, Manu Gandas. And I'm absolutely poker faced, smiling.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
I think he's going to do well. He's going to come back and he's going to make it to the DP World Tour again, I'm sure, because he's got the talent, he's got the urge, and I think that hunger, he may not show it, but he has it. And he's kind of imbibed a lot of knowledge, put it into his snow house, in his head, after playing so many events, more than 15 to 20 events on the DP World Tour in 2023. And that is, I think, going to do him a world of good. That is part of growing up in golf. And I think Manu's done a pretty decent job of that. And I'm sure, I mean, even his walk, from what it was at the start of 2022 to what it is at the start of 2024 season, just 2 years, and he's grown immensely in that.
Absolutely, and Manu's also one of those players who we see him as a veteran already, but he's fairly young himself.
Oh, yes, it is.
Karan now favoring the right side of the tee box. Little backspin for Karan there, but under the hole should have a little breaker from the left. He needs to make his birdie.
This is the hole where Arjun Prasad had the ace, the first one of the 2024 season. Yesterday, Inish and I were talking often about this hole, which is actually not easy, but every par three is an opportunity to go for a hole in one. And let's see how Manu does it on this. He lands on the green. All the three golf balls are on the green, but each one of them a bit of a distance. Arjun Prasad has had a fantastic day actually. He had three birdies from the third to the fifth, and then a hole in one on the eighth, a drop shot on the ninth as he made a turn in 4 under 32 to move to 9 under, and he is now knocking on the doors of a top 5 finish. You know, Anish, one of the things about golf is that you don't win every week. Of course, unless you are Manu Gandas in 2022, when you start winning every other week or every week. A good season is when you won even once or twice in a season, and you keep doing that for a long time. And top five finishes count for as much as wins. Okay, of course, win is a W, and the rest of them are numbers. So but top five, top tens mean a lot. They show a certain degree of consistency, and we know how much there is, how little there is to choose between a winner and second and third and fourth, etc., so on and so forth. So I think a top five, top ten finish always something to savor and enjoy and think about how to make it even better. Of course, sometimes the margins are not thin or wafer thin, but they are pretty chunky, like Shaurya Binu seems to be opening up over the rest of the field. He is at 17 under, 5 shots ahead of the next man, Rahil Ganji, who's at 12 under. मैं बोल दिया
Matthias there with a little backspin over the hole. He's going to have a little cover from the left as we watch Shaurya striding along with the confidence. Moving on to the green, measuring, knowing exactly what he's doing. I think if there's anybody on the field right now, it is him who knows what is happening and what he needs to do.
an interesting nugget from our research team back at Vikarabad at the Vooty Golf County. Shaurya, you won't believe, that was named by his father after his dad got the Shaurya Chakra for his brilliant work in the armed forces. So Shaurya is son of a brave man who's now treading a new territory in sport in golf at 19 years of age, on the verge of a first victory. So, named after his father's Valor Award, Shaurya Binu, treading a new path in.
And rightly so. He's a different form of bravery being displayed by him as well. It's not easy coming out for the first time holding the lead, playing alongside veterans like Rahil Yangji, and then knowing the chasing pack, the names that are behind you trying to chase you. So he's showing a lot of strength as well. Rahil now would be disappointed with that pitch shot. It fell on the wrong side of the slope, and he put it. It rolled down. Mr. Swami, the wind seems to be howling right now.
Correct. I mean, yes. I just don't know how a thin man like Shaurya is actually holding himself. He must be weaving also. But he's rock steady when it comes to golf.
I feel that's more. If the wind keeps up like this, it's going to be further more difficult to make birdies. And I think Shaurya has already done the damage that way.
So
I think if
Shaurya
he
had
can,
a par on the sixth where Rahil had dropped a shot, and the gap now between Shaurya and Rahil is a massive 6 shots. 6 shots. I'm sure our research team at the back will share with us soon, which has been one of the biggest margins of victory. I'm sure it would really rank as one of the bigger ones over the last few years. And for a teenager to pull it off in only his 18th PGTI start is indeed a fantastic one.
I feel if Shaurya can manage to stay at the score he is, I think 17 under will bring it home. I feel there aren't enough birdies and opportunities out there anymore for the players chasing him to get to that number. I think if he can just hold his nerve and do exactly what he's doing,
He doesn't need to do much else. He just needs to get a bunch of bars and wait for the others to come. And the others, while trying to get closer to Binu, are bound to make a couple of mistakes here and there. And who knows, the gap will actually increase from 6 more. Unless, of course, this man who's taking a small drop here, Rahul Kanji, who's taking a drop here, decides otherwise. But of holes, there's just 12 left, and he is 6 behind. That is a huge margin by any standards.
right, as you were group previously, most of the shots out of the hole. Now changing clubs, I think he's going with the flat stick. And has been the trend. Riley left himself short as well. He's actually left himself shorter than where Varun and Saptak were, so he's got his work a little more. Matthias now back onto the green. He's coming, as we refer to the position being flag high, a little more side slope for him than he would have liked. So taking his time to get the break right. Unsure of the line he's on. Currently, as you can see on our screen, Shaurya knows that 7 shot lead over the next man, Rahul Gangji, who's playing alongside him in the leader group, and then third alongside uh, him would be Karan Pratap Singh at 10 under par. Matthias now with his stroke, under reading that putt a little bit. It didn't have that much break, to be honest. I think he thought it's going to come back a little more, but stayed fairly straight. Shaurya now. This would be an important stroke. He'd pick up another shot here. If he makes
Matthias,
this.
Shaurya, and Rahul are actually coming off good form. Rahul was runner-up to Manu Gandhas last week at Tollygunge, where Matthias and Shaurya were top 10, tied for the 10th place. So these three guys have actually been in pretty decent form, and now they're continuing that rich vein. And Shaurya, he's actually, I don't know whether I'm just hallucinating, or what. I mean, this man looks confident with every shot, more and more, because I think he is growing up by the minute now. It's no longer about every round, but every minute now. Pops it in. What a lovely shot. What a lovely putt there. How it's wonderful again. Now, Rahul Hills have England just slid past inside another disappointing hole. So Shaurya striding away to an absolutely well-deserved maiden win on the pro circuit. New name, a new face, Shaurya Binu. Son of an army officer, a decorated army officer. The son was named after the Valor Award Shaurya Chakra, and he's showing, as my friend, colleague, and fellow commentator says, yes, he's so brave and he's showing a lot of courage, which has not been easy. But the way Shaurya has played, done a fantastic, commendable job, opening up a massive lead over some big names on the.
As they make their way onto the par three. Number eight, Shaurya not in the most ideal position, pushing that out to the right side. He's going to deal in the attempt at birdie. Matthias now would want to make a better shot at his birdie. And with a lovely high ball flight, also favoring the right side of the green. A better attempt at birdie than Shaurya would have. Not one of the better tee shots. Of course, Arjun Prasad making that hole in one here. But we did see Karan Pratap with a nicer tee shot and Gaurav Pratap Singh also. See if Rahil can put it on these guys.
Lyle coming off back to back bogeys. That last one was a bogey which dropped him to 10 under. He is now tied for the third. Pratap Singh is now in the sole second place. And Shaurya Binu with that birdie on the seventh, that nice steady birdie on the seventh, up his fourth gain of the day to move to 18 under. And Karan Pratap Singh, 7 shots behind. It's on the green, that big, huge, massive green, but will take quite some effort.
Not the best of tee shots by our leader group on this hole, but all of them safely on the green. I think the more golf we are covering, the more we are watching Shaurya play, the more he is impressing all of us. So, no signs of nerves, surety in his stride, confidence in the way he's playing. As you watch, I think he's just trying to play it back onto the fairway and a little damage control. That's that. He's going to have that little slope to contend with when he attempts his third ball above his feet. Karan Pratap Singh second on the opposite side of the fairway. Not sure what sort of lie he has, whether he can go for the green or not.
Just doing a quick count. Shoria Binu this week so far, in just under 3.5 rounds, has picked up 23 birdies. An eagle. Rounds of 60 he is 4 under through 7. That is quite an achievement.
To add to that tally, a birdie for Amanraj after chip shot coming a little short, but as you mentioned, Shaurya is playing quite an aggressive game and he's pulling it off as well consistently through this tournament. I think you must have noticed now players who are winning on tour, they're not afraid of making a bogey here or there, but make more birdies.
Yes, this is the new breed of golfers. They're not trying to save pars. They want birdies. They know 4 birdies, drop a shot, they'll still be 3 better. So they, instead of say making 2 pars and 1 bogey and 1 birdie, they might as well have say 3 birdies or 2 birdies and 1 bogey or something like that. Actually want to go and get the golf course. The scores are coming down lower and lower. The winning scores are getting better. The cuts are getting lower. So there is a lot of competition. There is no guarantee that you're going to be there for the weekend. So you need to make every count. And it might sound like a cliche, but the fact is it's indeed true. Only when you realize that you can't make a birdie, that you make sure that you don't make a bogey. So try to pick the right and get away and look for the birdie on the next one. But this is when the golf courses are really challenging and the conditions are quite kind of tough. The conditions seem to be getting tougher here right now with so much of kind of breeze, and Rahil's partner and caddy combining gardening and leaf picking along with carrying the bag. So the conditions are tough.
It's a lovely angle for his birdie on the par 3, number 8, quickly moving out of his stride.
He deserves a couple of them.
I think he knew he.
I think the field is now playing for the second and beyond places, the minor places, as they would say in golf. The winner is just moving away and away. I can't see any disaster happening. Well, I just hope the commentator's curse doesn't work here. Shaurya is looking so confident, and now he plays just carefully. I think he's very much on his way.
Yes, I think no curse or wind or water is troubling Shaurya today. He's shielded from all the negatives.
I think confidence does a lot for you. Right now at this stage, he is working so, kind of in such a fantastic display.
Just closing it up to about 3 feet there.
He is having a go at everything, but of course, not taking undue risks either. So just maybe, actually, it's just over 2 feet. Not probably closer to 2 than to 3 feet. Awesome.
So after that tee shot, he knew walking onto the green that par is a good score today. Have your 2 putt, move on, and move to the next one. Matthias now in a closer range. Still a tricky putt, still not as straightforward as usually one might expect from this distance, but I think given how the day is progressing, he's going to give it a good whip. Try making. Matthias now setting up, steadying himself over his setup. He did give it a good run, but getting the narrowly missing out. Right now, getting back for his third. His attempt at par seems to be fairly straight, just a little off the right. In the bottom of the cup, no problem at all there.
Our hard-working research team at the venue shares with us that the biggest margin of victory on the PGTI Tour has been 11 shots, and that came so far back in 2008 at the Madras Gymkhana at the Tamil Nadu Open when Mukesh Kumar at 21 under beat Sanjay Kumar to the second place at 10 under. Shaurya is right now 7 shots ahead with 10 holes left, and young man is playing.
Oh, Manu, no. Wasn't expected from him coming under the hole. Not a very big breaking putt. Little discouraging to see, but we know who he is, what he's capable of. He still has a few more holes to further his cause. As we can see on our screens, Shaurya have been leading the tournament at 18 under par, and Karan Pratap chasing him 7 shots adrift at 11 under par.
This is the mark of a champion on a tough and difficult day. Shaurya is 4 under through 8 holes and is bogey free, while everybody else, Karan Pratap in the second place, Arjun Prasad, Karan Pratap in the second place, Arjun Prasad, Aman Raj, Matthias, and Rahil Kanji sharing the third place, have all had bogeys, as has Ankat Chima in the tied seventh place. Dhruv Sheeran is 3 under without any bogey, and Thangaraja, after a stretch of 4 bogeys, dropped a shot on the ninth. So Shaurya Binu has been
Out, finishing his front nine, takes a swipe with the driver. A lovely camera work following that golf ball, and he's missed out to the right. They leaked it out to the right a little. A familiar spot there. We've seen a few players missing it out there.
there is a way to get back to the green from there. I mean, as long as he has a view of the green there, I think he can still get back there and look for a par instead of trying any heroics. And he has not tried any heroics so far. So I would say it's been awesome.
Lyle also seems to have pushed it out to the right with that follow through. Following his playing partner. Just behind those trees in the right rough. All 3 of them off the tee box on number 9, and not a very friendly side when you have Sampachari pushing the leader group to play a little faster.
Imagine by Dream Valley.
leaving himself about 4 feet for him to finish this hole out. On our screens now, Amardeep Malik, Dhruv Sharon, and Angachima. There should be a fun round for Angachima and Amardeep Malik. They're roommates and good friends. They started their yearly practice round battle against Sudhir Sharma and Arjun Sharma, and through two tournaments, Amardeep Malik and Angachima are two up. Oh, one up rather, sorry. The second practice round was halved. Courtesy Arjun Sharma making two birdies in the 17 and 18. So, like fun mini games also that go on in the life of pro golfers. Amardeep Malik, our first look at the back nine today.
He's telling his caddy to lay off. I'm fine. I know what I have to do. Don't tell the boss what to do. Yes.
That's why he's the boss.
Exactly.
He knew what he was doing, sneaked it on to the left. Sigh of relief for him. Another commentator in this group, all three of them sons of army officers.
Well, there is army officers. As we all know that Army's contribution has been tremendous. Access to golf courses, a life which takes you to different places of the country, a sense of responsibility which comes with the job in the armed forces, instills discipline into you, and I think it all shows when you get onto a game like golf.
The Dhruv being playful with us, covering the hole there, making our jobs a little difficult. Another one of the jovial characters on tour, always smiling. He's got a lovely rhythm and tempo to his swing. And the missing that on the low side. Dhruv now just over the hole, giving us a good angle to his tap in. Works very hard. Came with his coach Priya Puri in Gurgaon. Close look at his putting stroke. Wonderfully done, wonderfully holed by him. Now back to our leader group. Barely see Rahul Gangji's cap there, so he's got a lot of slope and undulations to deal with. That's our live leaderboard there. Not sure if Shaurya Drew has an opportunity to get to the green because he does hit it a little longer than Rahil, which would mean he'd had less of the trees and get the distance as well as Aman Raj out of the rough. Not an easy flag to get to from there.
A nice look from our drone cameras. A water body so lovely to look at, but so dangerous and so ominous for the golfers. Dream Valley Group presents Vooty Masters 2024, and we are coming live to you from the Vooty Golf County in Vikarabad, where Shaurya Binu seems to be writing his own script, leading from start to this point. He is 18 under and 7 shots ahead of the second placed Karan Pratap Singh. That was a nice one from Manu, within striking distance of the flag. Matthias doing a bit of gardening there. Matthias conferring with his caddy. I wonder what language they are speaking in. 10 under for this man from Chile, the only man in the field who's played the revered major, the Masters, back in 2016 after winning the 2015 Latin American Amateur Championships. He's 31 years of age, has played in different parts of the world, and is now applying his trade in India. He won the qualifying school this year, and he's got full rights now to play on the Indian tour. Started with the 10th place finish in the first event in Toliganj, and now he was looking at another good finish this week in the top 5, maybe even better, top 3. But the win still seems to be heading Shaurya Binu's way. So that is the finish of the front 9 for Matthias.
Yes, now we're getting to this end of the tournament.
They always say that tournaments begin on the back 9 on the final day. But right now, it seems it is the beginning of the coronation for Shaurya Binu.
I have a feeling Shaurya took that statement and said, you know what, I'm going to finish it on the front 9 as well. I don't need anybody to get jittery on the back 9. Rahil there giving it a good whip. But now he's got a downhill right left putt coming back.
Every cup so far, or almost every cup so far on the front 9, has had a good shave, with Rahul Ganji's attempts just grazing past most of them. And here is Shaurya Binu continuing his march unabated.
Oh, that's a wonderful attempt, but a disappointing miss for him there. Slight lip out. Little surprising, given he was doing everything correctly. Still nothing to worry about. Still got a hefty lead. Rahil now for his return putt. He'd want to close the back nine out with this one. My apologies. The front nine out with this one. The ninth hole for them today. And he does so comfortably. All players.
A resigned look on Rahil's face. Things haven't quite worked out the way that he would have wanted.
Drawing closer to a result to this tournament as we watch the penultimate group. Seems to be Amaraj's turn. They're all taking their time to get the green read right on this one. Caddy's getting involved as well. That's what he's telling him. This is where I think you need to stroke your putt over. Just double checking. Manu seems to be in his element, relaxed, poised. Amaraj now. And makes it. Wonderfully still perplexed by the read, even though he's made the putt, shrugging his shoulders a bit. But there's still a lot to play for. I mean, still there are 9 holes to go. Shaurya still needs to bring this home, but even some players might think that they can't win this tournament. They still want to finish higher up the leaderboard because there is so much at stake. Not just the prize money for this tournament, but the order of merit, that coveted number one spot. And all these guys must believe that if they have a good season, they can attain it and they can go on to the tour, the DP World Tour that is on offer. Manu now from a similar line to where Aman was, just a shorter putt for him. He should have a better idea of the line now that he's watched Aman Raj make his. Manu now dropping back a little bit to 8 under par. Goes along, and that's a near miss for him. That despite a shorter putt and another line to what Aman Raj had, Manu not managing to make that. Karan now coming from a completely different angle. Karan going along nicely. He's currently at 11 under par. A lot more golf to be played. He's got a downhiller. The downhillers, especially on faster greens, are the tougher ones to judge. As we can just see, he's fairly quick, just taking his time here though. And he's wonderfully holds that. A little extra time did help him. He knew what he was doing. That's a wonderful look of the golf course. Almost want to sit back, enjoy the views.
Like you were saying yesterday, Einish, a very, very well manicured golf course.
An interesting view there, Mr. Swami. Both brothers, Sukrat Singh Gill and Pukrat Singh Gill, playing together today.
Indeed. Yes. I'm not too sure if that has happened very often on the PGTI too.
It's a family of golfers, all three brothers, all three professional golfers on tour. Pukhraj, the eldest out of the three, and also creating a path for them to see. He's been having a good season. Wonderful putt for him. Another one of those powerful players.
I recognize the caddy there in yellow trousers. He used to be Mukesh Kumar's caddy for many, many years.
First look at Mikhail here. Mrs. Swami, have you had an opportunity to watch Pukhraj hit a golf ball?
Oh my God, he doesn't hit it. He whacks it. He sends it into the
That's it,
orbit.
for sure.
He doesn't hit it. He
Comfortably done by Mikhail as well. Sukraj now also in tap and range. Jovial young guy, bright future for him as well. He's merely 16. I'm getting back to the main action, to the players who are giving a run for the title as we watch Rahil Gangji on our screens, trying to get the distance right. All three players on screen. Not sure what's confusing the players. I think they're a little blinded by that slope. Trying to get that measuring device and see how much is left. The flag is a little tricky. It is on the right side. There's not much room to drop the ball. I think it is Shorter's turn to play. Yes, so he's jumping up to get a sight of the flag to indicate he can't see the flag as is. It just adds a little element of challenge.
He had his first bogey on the previous hole, the ninth, the first of the final day, which meant his lead dropped from 7 to 6. So he's still 6 ahead.
Putting a smooth swing there, eagerly, intently watching, and safely put himself on the green.
He's cut the ball onto the green.
Now, what is Rahil thinking here? You got a better angle. He's on the fairway. Do you think Rahil is thinking he still has a shot at this? Rahil is currently 7 shots back. You think he's thinking a few opportunities grabbed by him? Maybe Shaurya falters a little and he's still in this with just 9 more to go.
A golfer has to keep thinking positively no matter how many holes are left. And I think that's what he's trying to do. So remember, a win is what everyone looks for. And if you can't get that, at least finish as high as possible to make sure that you keep giving yourself chances. You keep knocking on the door, it will open at some point, as they say in golf. And here, Rahil was second last week in Tollygunge. And he's very much there in the top three here. So I'm sure he still fancies a good finish. Even if he can't get the first, he'll probably look at, say, maybe the second or a third place. And here it is, a nice shot there from Dharma.
That's just brilliance on our screens where Dharma. It was an awkward spot to be in. A lot of factors to consider, and he's done that perfectly. Even though Dharma might be out of there, they're professional golfers. They always manage to show you why they're professional golfers. Moments of brilliance like that. Matthias would be the first in this group to putt. He's the furthest away currently. Matthias ready for his birdie attempt on number 10. I gave it a good run, looked at it till the end. Shouldn't be too far from his tap in, but I'm going to mark it out and let the other players fall in first. Shaurya now placing his ball back. I'm not sure if Shaurya knows how far ahead he's in the lead or not. I think he's going to be over this ball, over this putt, and trying to hold it, and rightly so. Keep doing what you've been doing. As we can see, he's got a 6 shot lead over Karan Pratap Singh, and Arjun Prasad healthily moving over the leaderboard and making his way up to 10 under. Shaurya there watching it till the end, indicating it had a chance but narrowly missing out. Nothing to bother, not too troublesome. An easy tap in, moving on to the 11th. Another hole fought out, another hole out of the way for him. Rahil now, can he manage to have a stay still? Can he hold one out? No, not to be for Rahil. It's been the story for him for the final two rounds. Not able to utilize the chances and opportunities he's giving himself. Mathis, after that wonderful first putt, shouldn't be an issue for him at all. And it isn't. All pars for the leader group on the 10th. 8 more to go for sure, yeah. 8 more to a new name on the winner's circle on the PGTI. As we take a look at Angachima now, who's had a cold, flat stick for the last round and a half. Let's see if he can change his fortunes here. Just under borders there on the break. Had the speed going for him. Just got the break a little too much than what he thought. Tapping it out. Amandeep Malik needing the help of his caddy finally to decide where the break is coming from. His caddy telling him exactly what he thinks. He can give it a good whip. Seems to be under the hole. Anytime you're uphill on this course, you might want to take those chances. And comes up a little short, but a good attempt by him. Moving on to the number 12, where Aman Raj has got the big stick out. Holding his follow through, indicating that he's content and happy with where the ball is going. So many variables on this hole. There's so many slopes to contend with. You watch Dhruv from 3 feet. We know these haven't been gimmies on this course, and he had a slight stutter there. He wasn't sure if that was finding the bottom of the cup, but it does eventually find its way home. This powerful back trio of Aman Raj, Manu Gandas, and of course Karan Pratap Singh having the better day out their way onto the 12th fairway.
Tata Steel. And this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
You see, through the course of the day, The wind, it is there. It is still a little breezy, but the wind surprisingly dies down a little as the day progresses. And we have a look at, of course, one of the more popular veterans on tour, Shamim Khan, multiple Order of Merit winner. Multiple times he has won on tour, playing alongside the formidable young player Adil Bedi. Now with a 4-footer and comfortably in. And the third member of their group, Arjun Prasad, having quite the eventful round, very convincingly putting himself up on the leaderboard, tapping it in, moving forward, moving out of this hole. He's having a good day, getting a few claps, appreciation for his round. Manu now seems to have pulled his tee shot a little out of the rough under those trees. I'm not sure if he's got a line to the green. Interesting to see what he does. Takes a big swipe at it, seems to have pushed it out to the right, hoping for a little drawback towards the fairway, and he does that perfectly as we saw that ball land in the middle of the fairway. He's going to have that little up and down going for a birdie. Given the 12th is a par 5, and as we saw, Aman Raj comfortably striking it to the fairway. He's got a long iron in his hands. Aman Raj currently, as we see on our screens, 10 under par from the right side of the fairway. Let's see if he can put it on the green, make his life a little easier. Seems to be taking it out to the left and bringing it back. I'm not sure where it ended up. It seemed like a little miss to the left. Karan now favoring the right side. So this group's covered all areas on this hole. Manu we saw was on the left, Aman Raj in the middle, Karan on the right. Karan is peering towards the green, not sure if he's going under the trees or is going to fly it over them. But he does seem to have a long iron in his hands. Karan going over the trees towards the green, and he's beautifully put it onto the putting surface. Job well done. Under the slope, middle of the green, he's got a long attempt at eagle. And as we stand, Karan Pratap is the closest pursuer to our leader, Shaurya Binu. We cannot say enough praises for Shaurya, the way he's conducted himself for the last two rounds, especially since we've been following him. Of course, he's held the lead through the first two rounds as well. Wonderful 66 to begin with. As we get back to this mix of young and experienced. Thangaraja, Gaurav Pratap Singh, and Sarthak Chibbar. Thangaraja seems to have the honor. Thangaraja had a wonderful start to the round, making 4 birdies on the trot in the front 9. You see, the wind is not that much. The flag's barely moving. Oh, it's Gaurav Pratap Singh in a bit of a bother. That seems like heavy, heavy rough. He's probably going to have to play some sort of a flop, take a big swipe, and hope it just pops out a foot ahead of him and rolls onto the putting surface. Not the easiest of shots. And he's fluffed it right there. That was the trouble always.
It's too thick there. I mean, he
Quickly playing the next one onto the putting surface and rolling it by the flag. With his third on the 12th, the tricky pitch shot, just rolling it onto the putting surface, but it's going to catch that slope and fall back off the green. That goes to show, as we watched early on, Dharma's bunker shot from the left side trickling onto the green was a wonderful one. It's not the easiest shots coming from under the hole here. Manu would still have a tricky chip shot, easier than the one he just had, but still, it's not as straightforward as one would have liked. We're on the 12th hole. The wind now barely there. Shouldn't be troubling for players of this quality. Amanraj now with alongside his caddy, trying to gauge what they need to do. He needs to be careful coming out of the left side because if he pushes it a little too aggressively over the hole, he can end up where Manu is. So a deft touch, short touch required with the wedge here. It's not going to be very easy given he's coming from the rough, and I think he's nestled down as well. I don't think the golf ball is visible there. So Aman Raj has his work cut out. Manu now taking his practice swings. Putting a little bump on it, hoping that it has a decent first bounce, but not to be. Checked up the second it hit the putting surface. Not ideal for Manu, but it also goes to show how pure and pristine the greens are running. An absolute fantastic conditions for golfers of this caliber to be bringing their trade here. I'm sure they're all enjoying the conditions. Karan now has an interesting putt. He's got this putt for an eagle, and given the slope and the speed of the greens, one might usually think to just cozy it up there. But I think if he thinks that he has a shot at this title, he probably would have to go for this. And if he makes this, he might even just pick up one shot because Shaurya still has this hole left to play. Shaurya might make a birdie of his own. That's a wonderful roll by him, leaving it a little short. A stress-free four for him on this hole. Should help his cause. Aman Raj now having erred too cautiously as this putt for his four, and he's going to come up under the hole, and a disappointing miss for him. Aman not having the best day with the flat stick. Started off with those three putts in the first and the second. Manu now here after that wonderful recovery from the left side of the fairway, left side of the tree. Sorry, he's got his work cut out for a par. You don't want to give up strokes to the field here on par fives, especially. Now setting up carefully. He's got that upright stance. Also to do with some injuries, I believe. Put a beautiful
That's a
roll on
nice
it.
one.
Catches the side of the hole, so Manu not giving up any strokes on number 12. And here we are bringing you the drone shots live from the Vooty Golf County in Vikarabad. And if you're joining us now, we're presenting the Dream Valley Group Vooty Masters 2024. We are sitting here at the ABP studios in Noida. Live coverage brought to you by me, Ainish Aluwalia, and my co-host, the veteran senior journalist, Mr. Krishna Swami. And here we are on your screens. Welcome to
Thank
all
you,
of you.
Anish. So we are at the business end of the Vooty Masters 2024. We've got an able set of partners there. Tata Steel Group, among the top global steel companies, which is the title sponsor of the tour itself. Amritanjan Fruitnik Electro, which also makes a juice-based electrolyte drink to ensure there is rehydration. Bisleri with Vedika Himalayan spring waters, and of course Rolex, an international brand which has been at the forefront of golf. And we have a new champion, pretty close to being crowned. Shaurya Binu holds a huge advantage right now, has a huge lead, at, and he is 6 shots clear and well on his way to a maiden professional title in only his second year as a tour professional, playing only his 17th PGTI event. I think 17th or 18th. I will need to check that again. But he has 3 top 10s, one of them being in last week in Tollygunge. And here he is quite close to his first trophy. Indeed, an absolutely fantastic effort from this young man with rounds of 66, 66, 70, and currently he is 3 under through 11 holes. A wonderful, um, uh, kind of performance this week from Shaurya. And let's see how he progresses through the rest of the season with some absolutely awesome incentives on offer. The winner of the Order of Merit on the Tata Steel PGI Tour getting a full card to go and play on the DP World Tour the following year. Om Prakash Chauhan is doing that after topping in 2023. And Shaurya Binu and Rahil Ganji, who was second last week. Aman Raj, who's out there fighting it out. Manu Gandas would be fancying getting back there again. So there's a lot of contenders out there. And Shaurya Binu right now seems to be one of the front runners.
Now look on number 14, the tricky par 3. We've seen some players struggle, as did Gaurav Pratap early on. Wonderful tee shot by Saptak Talwar, another guy who's peering and challenging for his first win. I'm sure it's soon around the corner. He certainly has the game for it. Varun Chopra now on the tee, hoping to follow his playing partner and put it close on number 14. Takes a swipe at it, starts it to the left side, hoping for it to cut a little more. And he got a little cut spin. That's a wonderful shot by him, safely on the green. He'd have a putt for birdie there. So players playing well in and around the leader as well, but nobody seemingly having a shot of catching Shaurya. That's the current story of the tournament. And Dharma was the lowest round yesterday out of the field, third in this group. Dharma playing that consistent push shot that he does seems to have hit a little more right, hoping for it to trickle back down. This could be really good if it manages to filter down to the hole. And it does a little bit. He's going to have a putt at a birdie as well. That's a job well done. Coming over the hole is not going to be that easy, but he doesn't have a lot of length and distance to contend with. So all three of them, they're going to give themselves a look at birdie on number 14. As they're making their way onto the green, we have the leader group who will be playing the par 5 12th. And I think if Shaurya can capitalize on that, it would be a sure statement as we watch Shivendra Singh Sisodia sneaking it out from the side into the cup. We watched Shivendra yesterday play a little. Another exciting golfer. Very sneaky. And that's a wonderful tap in too. Comfortably done, finishing 4 rounds of work. Time to sit back, put your feet up, have some food, take a breather, and prepare for the next event. Now on to the leader group. Matthias coming up short in the region of where Manu hit his fourth. Rahel, on the other hand, is in a peculiar spot. He's got all that uphill to contend with. I don't think he can drop it short and roll it up. I think he'll have to fly it all the way to the flag and hope that he spins it. Much easier said than done. It's one of the more difficult shots in golf, the long bunker shot. So he's got his work cut out. It also depends on how aggressive he's going to be. He seems to be aiming at a little left, maybe trying to put a little cut spin. Takes a massive swipe at it, and well, that's a wonderfully done shot. Not an easy thing to do. One of the better shots on the day. Shaurya has again left himself in a very, very interesting spot. He's taken the flat stick out. He's on the correct side of the tier. All he needs to do is get the speed right and just let it run towards the hole. I'm not sure if it's his honor or Matthias's honor. Matthias has a wood out, similar to what we watched Angad do a little early on. Shaurya sitting pretty and comfortable at 17 under, not letting up at all. Indeed, he seems to be the only one who's looked like picking shots up on the field consistently, and he goes with this roll. That is the first disappointing stroke he's made all day. I think he got caught up on the fringe a little bit. He's left himself a much longer putt than he would have liked. Given it's a 5, he can still make amends by making the next one. And now Matthias with that interesting club choice of a wood just off the green on number 14. Gives it that little bump, and that's a great attempt just off the green with that wood. That's a wonderfully done. I'm not sure what to call it. Let's go with a wood chip shot. And he taps it in. Always stress free on these greens when you have a tap in, you move off to the next one. Sure, now I think it is still his turn. So Rahil, despite being in that bunker, having managed to hit a very good one. Sure, now. And never a doubt there, Shaurya making no mistakes. Rolls it in perfectly with the right speed, the right break. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's not opening the door at all for anybody today. He's got his sights, his hands, he's got one hand on the trophy. Rahul now seems to be in a pickle of sorts because he's been playing so well. He's already had two runner-up finishes in the last two events he's played, and that's probably the best he can hope for in this event as well. Which again is commendable in its own way because you're still beating a lot of good golfers week in, week out, just not everyone. And he's been struggling with the flat stick. Let's see if that changes for him here. And it doesn't. Looks in anguish towards his caddy. I think he's just not getting the right read. He's just not putting the right stroke in. Not moving from the spot. I'm not sure. Maybe he's a little disturbed with somebody out there in the crowd. Not sure, but he definitely didn't put a very convincing, confident stroke. Slow to walk off the green. Arjun Prasad, now you can see there's a little downhill, the 3-footer that he has, and he rolls it in quite nicely. Little smile for him. Always good to see a golfer smiling on the course.
When you win, you smile. When you don't win, you try to smile, but you don't want to smile. And when you're not doing well, even if someone asks you to smile, you don't smile. All three situations covered.
Amardeep with that vote in the middle of the fairway alongside his playing partners. I think if Shoaib Binu wins, a lot of golfers are going to smile today. He's definitely going to be the one spreading that through the tour. Amardeep Malik with that pause that he's got going on, and that's a wonderful wood. Got it to soft quite softly there on that downhill. All these guys now, as the day is progressing, they're also heating up. They're also getting warmer with their games. Dhruv Sharon now going with a long iron. He doesn't need a wood. He's a powerful lad. Taking a swipe, taking a draw towards this flag. I'm not sure if he's made the green, but goes to show how impressive Amardeep Malik's wood shot was. Sure, Amar's going back, giving the wood to his caddy, telling him to appreciate my shot even more. As we can see on our screens, Shaurya at 17 under, Karan Pratap having picked that shot up. Now 5 clear. Moving on to the 14th. Still not, can't still hand it to Shaurya. Shaurya matching Karan's birdie on the 5 12th. So Karan has work cut out. Karan would have to keep going, making more if he wants this to be a tighter contest. Karan doing his due diligence, making sure he has the exact direction of the wind.
Even though Karan Pratap's made some ground, Shaurya continues to hold the reins.
Karan now getting into his setup. Preferring a fade, seems to be a little right at the flag, and he's come back, moving it towards the flag. That's a wonderful shot by Karan, and that's what that's the need of the hour for him as well. He's the closest pursuer to Shaurya. He needs to keep attacking and keep making those putts.
See, it's important for whether it's Karan or Matthias, Arjun, or any one of the other guys to keep pushing. It's not just for this week, it's also for the coming tournaments. And remember, there are three big events next month, or rather, there's three international events, and apart from the tour's big events, also. So there is a whole season to look forward to. You need to get into the flow once again. And I think, as I keep saying, top five, top 10 indicates that you are trending well.
Manu struggling a little with his ball striking. He's pulled that. He's on the green, but quite a hefty distance away from the flag. A little overdraw there for him. He's going to put all his skills there to manage a two putt. Aman Raj now favoring the left side of the tee box, usually indicating a player wants to play a draw, but not sure. Maybe he's just creating that little angle and still plays a little more fade to cut it into the flag. You don't want to miss it right on this green. Yes, playing a little cut spin there. I think it seems to be going towards the green. And well, it is center of the green, but very fairly close to the flag as well. So Aman's got to get the best opportunity for a birdie there. Brilliant tee shots by Karan Pratap Singh and Aman Raj. Yes, Karan. Karan Pratap Singh, of course, he's 4 years older than Shaurya, but he's 23 only. He himself is a young boy, but he's managed to make an impact on tour already. You watch the highlights of the wonderful tee shots by this group. Karan Pratap up first. Beautifully using the contours on the green. Manu now. Not sure if he started it out right enough. Slight pull, which would also indicate or if you pull it, you get a little more handsy through the swing, which is why he's hit it a little left, but also hit it a little further away. But it's on the green, so whatever he needs to do would be done with the flat stick. And Amaraj, of course, the best out of the three today on this hole. Taking that high ball flight into account, using it to his advantage, flying it all the way to the flag, and giving him a very realistic opportunity for birdie. Manu now showcasing his flexibility, getting to the exact read and speed right on this one. He's got a lot of land to cover. Not the largest of greens on the course compared to the other ones. Still fairly tricky. Manu, of course, fell back to 8 under par, having picked up a shot. Sitting comfortable at 9 under par for the tournament right now. Setting up, rolling it close to the hole. That's a wonderfully judged putt by Manu. Impressive stroke. Now, Karan Pratap Singh, he knows that this needs to drop in for him. If he has any shot of even putting Shaurya under pressure. Currently, Shaurya is just cruising along. It has got nothing to do with the rest of the players. He himself has put himself in this prime position. He's made birdies. He's barely made any errors today, and he's just composed himself to the position that he's in. He's done a wonderful job of being where he is today. Karan, on the other hand, also trying to push for the same, a slower start for him in comparison, but nothing that he can't catch up. An important putt here. He does wonderfully well. That is a great stroke by Karan. Need of the hour for him, and he comes through. Sign of a great player. Make the putt when you know that it is of utmost importance. All the hard work for the last 3.5 rounds, and he's still in it. Fewer and fewer holes left, but he's not letting up himself. Aman Raj now would love to further his cause as well. Should get at least half a read from what Karan's putt did, given he's coming almost directly opposite from him. An easier putt, I would assume, for him, given he's coming going towards the uphill. And wonderfully done so for Aman Raj as well. Not too thrilled about it, but a birdie nonetheless. Should be feeling happy inside. 2 under for this group on this hole. Wonderful feed as we watch in the background the leader group waiting to tee off. Shaurya must have seen what is happening there. I'm not sure if he's keeping track of the leaderboard.
I'm sure he is, but he also knows that he is so far ahead that even if he doesn't, he's pretty much on safe territory. The holes are running out for the rivals, and he is so far ahead He has just 6 holes to play, and he's 6 shots ahead. And with the kind of golf that he's been playing so far, I can't see anything disastrous happening. At least not right now. So I think it will be safe to say that he is home and almost he is dry and almost home, or whichever you want to put it.
Yes, but that's the exciting part of golf. You don't know what the result is till the result is right in front of you, because Karan is putting up a charge, and Karan's waiting for an opportunity to be grabbed by him, and in the midst of this tournament you might not want it, but you never know if Shaurya has an error or two in the coming holes. And Adil Bedi there on our screens won't be too thrilled with that chip shot, and Shaurya now trying to figure out the exact spot he wants to put his tee in. And there we have on our screens now Shaurya Binu, the constant name on the top of the leaderboard at 18 under par, matching Karan Pratap's birdie on number 12. And Matthias now has moved into third at 11 under. So the third position's seen a lot of activity, but the first two players, the top two players, remain as they are. Shot doesn't need to take a lot of risk. Middle of the green, anything under 15, 20 feet is a perfect shot in my opinion for him. But given how he's been playing, you never know, he's just going for the flag. And perfectly done approach on number 14, leaving himself under the hole, safely on the green. He's going to have the flat stick walking onto the green, no stress at all. Ryle too, making sure he has the exact spot from where he wants to tee up, given the maximum comfort and surety of the flight he's going to play. Favoring the right side of the tee box a little more is Rahil. Rahil seems to be going for the flag, the wonderful iron striker. And he's propped it right over the flag. Not an inch left, not an inch right. He's left himself a little left to right for birdie.
The thing with Shaurya is that he's not really stuttered anywhere seriously, even though there was a period on the third day, that is yesterday, the moving, when he had those bogeys on fourth and sixth, and then again on 13th and 18th. But he also was strong enough to get back with a bunch of birdies as he did. And he still, despite 4 bogeys, he still managed to finish 2 under, which showed that his birdie making abilities are tremendous. And I think to win golf tournaments, you need to make more birdies, than try to save pars or just over, kind of. So I think those gains that he's been making over these last 3.5 days, this whole lot of about 23 to 24 birdies, 25 birdies, I think, and the eagle also. So I think that has been the crucial thing. Nobody has even been as close to him as, in terms of making so many gains and so many birdies. And I think that is what sets him apart from the rest of the field. And if he continues to be an aggressive birdie making machine like he has been over these 4 days, I think we will hear a lot about him more, not just on the local circuit, the domestic circuit, but even on the higher tours. And I think that this win will actually give him even greater belief in the kind of game that he plays. Aggressive, going for the pins, and kind of he has been pretty confident even on the greens, where some of the others have struggled. So I think he has been outstanding in most departments. You haven't seen him very often in trouble, and when he does get into trouble occasionally, he manages to extricate himself from there, whether it is the bunker or the roughs or missing the fairway. So I think that has been very crucial. He misses on the right side. He doesn't miss on the side where he is forced to kind of pay a cost for it.
That's a very near miss by Shamim Khan. Looked really good to the end. You're right about Shore. I think, given the current situation he's in, just by making birdies, I don't think Karan or Matthias are going to catch up. I feel the only hopes of anybody catching Shaurya right now would be if Shaurya makes a couple of errors, and he doesn't seem to be in that zone. He seems to be picking up shots, and nowhere has he looked to be giving a stroke or two back to the field. Arjun now had managed to come up to that third position. He's having a good day today. He'd like to see this through and to the next one.
Drops it in. Arjun has been pretty steady today. In fact, more than four birdies and an eagle before this, and he had a lone bogey on the ninth, which has actually played quite tough today.
Attempted bird, a little short of the hole. Takes a little more break for the same reason, but nothing troubling. Still a par. Matthias now. Matthias almost coming up as close as Rahel on this tee shot. Took a little different approach than what Rahel did. Played it to the front of the green on the right side. Let the slope do the. We'll have to take this out from the left, feed it back to the hole. Doesn't have to give a lot of what he saw. Disappointing par for him after that wonderful yesterday. A golden opportunity for him to make this putt executed. On to the young guns now. The group of currently Manu Gandas and Aman Raj. Also the group that has the closest pursuer to our leader Shaurya. face of Karan Pratap Singh. Manu a little further away than his playing partners in this hole. Taking a long practice stroke. Again has some land to cover. The last time he was putting from the 14th that stroke. Let's see if he can repeat the feat or maybe one better and make the putt. And quite the opposite indeed. He's left himself a much putt back. That's not even in makeable range. So something maybe a lapse in concentration or a wrong read. Karan Pratap now coming from short the hole, a different angle for him, but he might have gotten a better read of the line now and the speed because of watching Manu's putt. Might be a little cautious now to begin with. As we feared, Karan coming up short, I think most part he might have become a little too cautious and didn't want to overrun it. And Manu now from over the hole, ready to go. But this would be damage control as well if we can make it. No pictures on the scorecard. Leaving it short this time, so Manu not having the best of days on this green. Unsure of what happened there. Completely misread the speed of the green there. Not sure if he's not sure if he was focused correctly. I mean, player of his stature, something must have not fit right in his mind. Something must have bothered him on the green that wasn't giving him the confidence. And Aman Raj here finding himself at 11 under par, shorter attempt at this putt. So, having seen both Karan Pratap and Manu, I think Aman might give it a better chance to hold it. And he does so
He
comfortably.
almost walked the putt in. He'd taken the walk. He knew it was in.
The beginning of the day wasn't working for him with the flat six. Having found some rhythm now, a little more peppy has his stride become. Manu now would want to finish this out and move on to the next one. Finally, the nightmare on this green for him is over. And now a mere tap in.
Currents looked very, very confident the whole day. I mean, he did have a bogey start in the first, but since then, virtually every department of his game has worked. He's found the fairways, he's putted well, and he's given himself a lot of opportunities with his approaches. So I mean, it's been a wonderful day for him so far. So he's I won't say he's been chasing or he's been giving Shaurya a run for his money because the gap has been so much, so huge. But still, Karan has shown that as far as he is concerned, he could be one of the guys to watch out this season. He's a young man. He's got a lot of talent, and I think that's what's more important. So Karan Pratap Singh's had actually five birdies after that initial bogey on the first, on the par five first. So he is now four under for the day. And I think that it's crucial that he keeps this going so that the next few tournaments over the next few months actually see him produce even better things. So here, this week, he had over past 73 on the first day, but since then, 66 and 68 on the second and third days, and now 5 under through the first 14 have actually shown that he's got everything that is needed to be a winner.
Sure. And now with that, what seemed to be a 3-wood on
14th, the par 3 14th.
is the drivable par 4, number 15.
Is that the 15? I can't see the board there.
And Matthias going with the driver. Matthias, if you remember, had
yes.
he had a wonderful tee shot yesterday.
Oh, you're
on
right.
This hole.
My apologies.
And leaning a bit left, and that would mean that the ball's lurking a little right, a little thump on the ground with his foot there would indicate he's not too convinced and happy with the strike. And now, as we watch in the background, the trees have started to flutter quite strongly. Again, the wind's picked up, which would mean it would make the chasing pack's job even more difficult. As we stand out here, Shaurya Binu at 18 under, Karan Pratap 13 under manages to take one stroke closer, and Dhruv on there with a little shoulder shrug, willing the ball into the hole. And Aman Raj, after that wonderful putt, moves on to 12 under par.
We've just at the Players Club at the PGTI Tour. Back in action. This is Varun Chopra. There's Varun Chopra getting within striking range of that. Just as we just as I was mentioning a little while ago, Adil Bedi had become the third player, third teenager to win on the PGTI Tour, and that was a very, very interesting win because he won the longest playoff in the history of PGTI on the sixth hole against Uday and Mane, and Adil made a chip and birdie to pick up that title. So the last teenager to win actually won in a six-hole playoff, and the fourth teenager to win is probably going to win it by six shots.
I got Saptak Talwar here making an attempt at that chip in, and he does so. Wonderful job by him. Finally, we see something off the green going in the hole as well. And that should cheer him on. Wonderful stroke making by Saptak Talwar there. And a replay of that wonderful shot. Perfectly judged by him.
It's a very interesting pattern on Dharma's t-shirt.
Probably an attempt to get the golf king gods to send the signals to make a few more birdies. We watch on our split screen. But the reverse, both wearing black and white, but in reverse order. Interesting quips. Dharma making. Oh no, he's not. He's left his one shot and Shaurya there. What a lovely putt by him.
That was a big one, and we haven't seen very many such big ones. I wonder if it was probably almost like 35 to 40 feet. And this is what confidence does to you. He was not playing for a two putt, he was just going for it. He had nothing to lose, and he actually got it. I mean, he's been in absolutely sizzling form.
I'm not surprised at all, Mr. Swami, that Shaurya was the one to show us a proper putt going into the hole.
Totally. I mean, he has just been spectacular this entire week.
On our split screen now, Rahil would like to follow suit, and that's a disappointing miss by Varun. He also a decent chip shot from where he was, but could not manage to convert that putt. Rahil now, can he get something to drop for him? Oh, he can't near miss for him, but a good putt nonetheless. He wasn't in a very makeable range. Does a decent job. And as we take a look at the par 5 16th, getting back to Matthias here now. A beautiful stroke by him, never a doubt. Finds the bottom of the cup. So now we see as the day is progressing, getting closer to the end of the tournament, a few more putts being made. But a little discouraging for the chasing pack is the fact that Shaurya Benu is amongst the players who's making a few of those putts as well. Karan Pratap with a hefty swipe on number 16, misses out to the right a little bit. A tricky chip shot coming. He's short sighted himself a little bit, but given how he's going about the day, I don't think he'd be too bothered. Manu there alongside Karan on the fairway now, getting ready for his stroke as we see in the background, the far background, the tee box. Shaurya making his way up to the tee. Manu now getting a whiff of the wind, sure on what he wants to do, getting ready with his setup and strike. Takes a convincing whip at it. Well, the best shot of the day seems to have been from Amardeep Malik. Not that easy to hit the green, even if you hit the fairway on number 16. Not sure where the third member of this room, Aman Raj, is. Oh, he's now making his way from the right side. Probably in a little trouble. Not sure if he could manage to go for the green from there or lay it up. We'll soon know. As we watch Ganpata being the first over that little bridge. Trending along, can he make a chip in? Can he do what Saptak Talwar did and put a strong dent into the lead that is held by Shaurya? I'm not sure whether that would even put a dent, given how he's playing all aspects of Shaurya's game right now, firing on all cylinders. Driving the ball well, hitting beautiful iron shots, and he's tremendous with his wedges and putter. Complete control, and that's what you want to watch with somebody who's held the lead for so long now. Manraj now seems to be walking a little more confidently after a couple of made putts. Coming up a little short, so not in a bad position overall. Karan's the closest for his third on this par 5, but he's also in the most tricky position because he has short sighted himself. Manu, on the other hand, looks like he's found the bunker. Oh, he was maybe in a little more trouble. Had to play sideways. Probably very thick rough or some shrubs or saplings he might have gotten stuck around. So not the most ideal way to play this par five. Karan now on the other hand just patiently waiting for his turn. As we can see on our screens, shot as that putt that he made on the previous hole was for an eagle. He moved on to 20 under par for the round. He's almost rendering us speechless, Mr. Swami.
Oh yes, I mean his performance has been outstanding. I mean there is no question. I mean it's been outstanding. He has done everything perfectly. He has got the best round so far of the final day. Of course, Mikhail Ortolani has finished at 6 under for the final round. But Binu still got a couple of holes left, including a par five. So I think Binu's just pulling away and just running away from the field.
Still Manu's turn on this hole after that chip out from the green side. I'm not sure what sort of a trouble he might have been there. He's still trying to hoist it up and use the slope, stop it there. It's not a bad shot at all. But I think with talking about how Shaurya has been playing, it goes to show the previous hole is a good example of it. A lot of people might look at the putt and say, "Oh, you know what? He got a little lucky sinking that 30 odd footer." But on that par four, he's driven the ball onto the green and given himself that opportunity. Goes to show how in control of every aspect of his game he is. Aman Raj now also making few funny swings. Not sure if he's in the rough there, choking up on that club, trying to make an abbreviated follow. So trying to just pop the ball out. I think he's standing a little funny as well. Not the most ideal of lies. Just comes up short. Was hoping that he would get a slightly better pop. So Karan, despite being short-sighted on this hole, is actually left himself with the more ideal position compared to his playing partners. I mean, even if Karan manages to make this chip in and get two shots clearer to Shaurya, Shaurya still has this hole left, and it would still mean he'd be five back. Oh, Karan went for it, and that's a wonderful chip shot. Beautifully played, beautifully judged. Fairly tap in range for him. Should be a four on this hole. Should get a shot closer to Shaurya, but that would still mean Shaurya is six clear, and he's got this par five to play. So I think it's getting easier and easier to see who's going to be holding that trophy at the end of the round. Aman Raj now with a lengthy attempt, slightly blocked, but we can see he's got a fair distance to cover and a little wind behind his back, and then also that little downhill that he has to contend with. So, not the most ideal of opportunities for birdies, but he will give it a run. And that's not a bad leave. A little over the hole, under 3 feet. Should be content with that, I would assume. The only person that we've actually seen making a putt of that length is Shaurya, and he did it on the previous hole. And what a time to make it! What a time to come in and erase all the doubts that anybody might be having. Manu to save his par. It would be a good up and down given where he was just short of the green after that chip out. And then not to be.
Things are not working Manu's way at all, and I think now it's just a question of resignation, and that's the end of the round. He gets rid of the ball too. So
Not to be a back to back win for Manu, but an even exciting, hopefully, new winner, Shaurya Binu. Almost certain, safe to
it's been a
say.
very average final day for Manu so far, and let's see if he can pull himself into the top 10.
Aman Raj now for his par. Karan's also in a similar territory, but Aman Raj going first, which would indicate Karan's even closer for his birdie. I think Karan's played some brilliant golf, but it's just Shaurya's matched him shot for shot and done better. Comfortably done for Aman. Karan for his four. And a brilliant birdie by him. Rahil making his way closer to the green would indicate he's probably laid up. And Matthias and Shaurya in the background. Looks like they're on the fairway, which would mean that they're going for the green there. And this group now ready to play on to the 16th. Matthias with his second. It's a beautiful shot. I think it's drawing back towards the flag. And it's wonderfully done. Left himself onto the green, just trickling off. There shouldn't be no trouble. It's one of the better shots. None still better than Amaldeep Malik, but quite a good attempt by Matthias there. Now Shaurya, third member of this group and the leader of this tournament. He has a long iron in his hand. I won't be surprised if he puts in a makeable eagle range. Caddy standing quite comfortably. I think he knows what the result is going to be. We still needs to do. Sure, still needs to see this through, follow this through. It's similar territory to where Karan was. I don't think he got the best of strikes on that one. And test his short game a little. Not in a complete spot of bother. He has a couple of options. Could bump it up. Could do what Karan did. Prop it onto the green and get some spin. Right now, getting the exact yardage and what he needs to do. Found himself short of the green on the left.
That he is framed by some beautiful flowers, but I'm sure he doesn't want to be there in that picture.
Even though he's missed it left, I think that angle is going to help him. And oh, that was a thick blade of grass on his
I'm sure
face.
that's a photograph. He wouldn't mind having it in his study or living room, but it would also remind him of where he got stuck, depending on the light, because we can't see it behind the flowers right now.
I feel he's probably going to drop it just on the green and let it roll down to the flag. So I think he's in a little
That's a nice
thick
flop
rough.
shot. Let's see where it lands. Oh no, way, way short.
He's not managed to get enough club on that. I think sometimes golfers tend to want to think of a shot just ends up within a puttable 3-4 feet range, not realizing that if they get too cute with it, they could be chipping again. Instead of just take a bigger margin, let the ball roll out to 7 or 8 feet, and Varun there, probably about 6 feet. Wonderful putt by him, very nonchalant. Put a good stroke on it, made the putt, and moved out. I think a lot of the times golfers would just be better taking the increasing the margin of error and giving themselves a putt instead of thinking that I'm going to either put it in 2 feet or I'm going to miss the green. Dharma doing his due diligence, clearing out, tapping it in. As the day is progressing, and as the day has progressed, not once has anybody been able to threaten Shaurya Binu, and it's all because of the way he played it, the way he scored. All credit goes to him. People around him have played really well, made a bunch of birdies, but he's done the same. Saptak now teeing it up on number 18.
I think two players who are having a great time on the golf course and playing really, really well today are Shaurya Binu and Karan Pratap Singh. I think both of them have shown how to handle this course and how they can actually get about their job. Karan had a bogey to start the day with, but three birdies on the 5th, 6th, and 8th, and then three more on 12th, 14th, and 16th have given him a very, very good looking scorecard so far. For me, the highlight actually was that amazing putt on the par 4 16th for an eagle by Shaurya from almost 40 feet. And I think that kind of showed how how good a frame of mind and how well he has maintained his momentum. He might have strayed away from the fairway sometimes at times like this right now, but by and large, Binu has been very, very consistent. At
I think he's
this,
taking a different route here. I think he's going to bump it up.
yes, indeed. Let's see. He got too much a club on that.
I think he bladed that a little bit.
Yeah. He needed to just kind of, he needed a little softer touch on that to allow the ball to roll back.
It goes to show how high quality of a shot Karan played, managing to drop it onto the green and spin it back. But again, Shaurya has that room for error. Plus, it's a par five. He still is looking at a birdie. He's still looking at that putt. He's not doing much to drop anything, and there are not enough holes left for the chasing pack to make up enough birdies. So, seeing a very authoritative way Shaurya is going about his round. Matthias now for his three. This would help his cause a lot to get into that second position. And is leaving it a little short. Too cautious now is Matthias, and that can happen during the end of the day. Usually in the afternoons, the tendency of the greens is to get a little slower than what they were in the morning, and that might be the judgment that the players aren't making correctly. Shaurya now for his birdie, looking quite a way to the right. That would indicate there's a heavy slope, and he's almost made that as well. He's just got everything going for him. A near miss for Shaurya, but nothing damaging at all. A par, and that's all he needs. Shaurya's been so composed and understanding of the game earlier in the week. When asked, he said, in my rookie season last year, I gained valuable experience on how the professionals go about their job. Last season was very exciting for me as I got to meet and play alongside all the pros and the top golfing talent of India. The good start at my debut event in Ahmedabad in 2023 also helped my confidence a lot, and he's just been striding along after that. Rahul Gangji to make up his par. The wonderful stroke by him, finally getting a better understanding of the greens. And I think, judging by that statement that Shaurya said, he's not only a professional golfer, he's also a wonderful student of the game. And I think that's a quality that better players have. They always want to learn and utilize what they learn. And playing alongside Rahil Gangji and all the players that he's wanting to play alongside this week, I think he would have learned a lot and understood a lot of things. Not just bringing the trophy home or winning the tournament. I think he's gaining a lot in experience, and that is invaluable. Moving back to the action, Dharma now with a wedge on number 18, laying up quite a while back, as we see Varun quite ahead of Dharma there. A wonderful strike there, leaving them under the hole. Saptak now from the right side. He's got a good angle, but he's coming from the rough, where he can use that advantage of the angle that he has and maybe bump it up, drop it in the middle of the green, let it roll towards the flag. And tried to cover that angle from the left side, or maybe he's purposely left himself a chip since he's making a few of those. Varun now from the left side of the fairway. Not the best of angles, but he is on the fairway with the wedge in his hand, so angle won't matter too much. Almost holding it there, Varun Chopra. What a wonderful strike by him on number 18. The more ideal ways to finish round, if there ever was one. Varun giving a little excitement to our viewers there.
And I'm sure that would also give some kind of satisfaction, at least for Varun, who's not had the best of days.
The lunch always tastes a little better if you finish with a birdie, though.
And especially if it's a Saturday afternoon lunch.
Sure, yeah, now. He's not showing, he's doing a wonderful job of keeping everything in check, but I'm sure there's a little adrenaline running through him. I'm sure he knows what is at stake, what is he doing on the 17th with the driver. The kind of swipe he took, 475 yards, I thought he might just cover it in one. I think he's done a good job there now. The veteran following suit, Rahil. Also going with the driver, teeing it up a little lower than what Shaurya did. Different players, different fields, different ways to do things. Aggressive turn, and he's happy with the result. All three players off the tee box. Not too long before we have a result in this tournament. Fairly certain where the result is going. While Amanraj gets ruling there, we have Saptak. Come on, Saptak, finish with another chip in. You'll have to see that make that ball go in. It's a wonderful chip, but I'm sure it's a little disappointing for him. I'm sure he was quite certain that he'd give it a better run to go in, but a good chip shot nonetheless. A par to finish for him. Not to be for Saptak Talwar this week, but a good week's work. Saptak's been knocking on the door, and I'm sure he's going to get through that door soon enough. I'm not sure what ruling Aman Raj is getting, whether his golf ball is embedded in the face of the bunker or. But he's in good hands with Mr. Sampachari right there. Meanwhile, on the feed on our left, we have Dharma lining up his putt, making sure he has the exact line and point to aim at. Tapping a couple of foot marks is Dharma. Lining up now, ready with his routine. Ready to make a 3 here. And wonderfully done for Dharma. That's a beautiful birdie for him. Laying up a little further back than most players, comes back with a wonderful iron shot. And Varun now a mere formality for his birdie here. And we see that there. It's wonderfully done. Customary handshakes, appreciating each other's company, congratulating them for a good week's work.
I think Saptak's also done a pretty good job on the closing stages here. I mean, he picked up some really, really vital shots, including that eagle on the par 516. So to get into the top three, Saptak has actually, ever since he moved in back here to India, and I mean, he was on the Mackenzie tour in Canada, tried his hand there a little bit, and then I think he decided to come back here and see how he could do on the domestic tour. He's done a pretty decent job, and I think he's trying to work his way back into the upper levels.
Manu now seems to be a little disinterested. Uh, Not the most crisps of chip shots there. Karan now seems to be in a completely different territory. It's almost like he's putting from a different green.
I think once you get the momentum, you just get that confidence, and you not only think you're reading the greens well, but you're actually rolling them so well that you find the right spot. As they say, the muscle memory gets better and better. And look at, I mean, he's getting those, long ranges pretty good. He's doing some great work out there. As I keep saying, they are no longer playing for this tournament. Binu is so far ahead. They are actually playing to keep their stock high and the momentum, the confidence going for the coming weeks, and especially as I mentioned, the next month, the month of March, is going to be really, really big for the entire tour, because they are going to be playing really big events from here on. And after this, initially, right, the first week of March has the Glade One presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship, where Aman Raj is the defending champion. And then we have the two Challenge Tour events: the Delhi Challenge, a joint sanction event with the Challenge Tour in Europe, and PGTI, then the Kolkata Challenge, again a joint sanction there, both of them $300,000 events. And then we will have the Hero Indian Open. So it's a very, very, very big month for Indian golfers. One domestic tour event for 1 crore, then two challenge tour events for $300,000 each, and then the Indian Open, which this year is going to be carrying $2.25 million, and that could be a life-changing event for any player who can actually pull it off.
Let's see if Manu can make amends for the chip shot. It went over the flag a little bit. And the leaning indicated that he gave it a good roll, but not to be for him on this hole.
There's an air of resignation, and I think sometimes players tend to kind of see, okay, fine, if I don't have a chance, maybe they say, okay, fine, just let me just go through the motions. I hope that is not the stage in which some of these boys are, because they all have so much potential. Look at the scores that have come here. I mean, you've got about 10 scores in double digits, and that is not a mean achievement. 10 scores in double digits, and one of them, the man on the top, or rather the boy, the teen on the top, Shaurya Binu, at 20 under, 6 shots ahead of Karan Pratap Singh, who's been in blazing form today on the final day. So, regardless of who wins, I think it's been an absolutely fantastic week. I mean, I can no longer say regardless of who wins, because it's almost now sure that Shaurya Binu is the champion.
And that goes to show, even though Shaurya has taken it in quite a convincing manner, the rest of the field has been no slouch either. I mean, they've made for great viewership. Karan here today, I mean, if you take Shaurya out of the equation for a minute, Karan's played a wonderful round of golf. He's played, as we watch him putt, would be a good two putt here. And he does so comfortably. And Karan's played a wonderful round of golf, so has Aman Raj, so have so many other players. It's just been overshadowed because of the way Shaurya has played. But Credit where credit is due. All the players, the top 10, top 15, top 20s around, they're playing wonderfully.
No, Anish, the quality of golf has been so good and consistent. If you go through the scoreboard of the top 10 players, there have only been three rounds which are over par. Only three, which was the first round by Karan Pratap, and he is made up over the next 3 days. The first round by Thangaraja, which he made up with the next 3 days. And then the third round by Dhruv Sharon, which was an even par.
Imagine by Dream Valley.
Chile, Italy, Sri Lanka, and down the line, if you go, you have Varun Chopra from the US. Then, of course, you also have Subhash Tamang from the Nepal. You have Sukhraj Singh Gill, who is now has a Canadian passport. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka. Dominic Pesquillo, Dominic from the United States. I think that the field is now fairly international, is big, and I think we are going to get see this get better and better as the prize purses become bigger and bigger.
And that is true. And we also have some wonderful winners on tour from Bangladesh. And there have been guys who've come from other parts of the world as well to play. Players from Japan, players from Korea. So it's a very well rounded tour, or it's at a decent pace becoming a well rounded tour. And the quality of golf, the quality of scoring is commendable. Shaurya again finds himself in the perfect spot. I think you're going to win or challenge for a lot of tournaments if you can be the one who hits it on the fairway and ahead of most of the guys as we've seen him doing it. Yeah, now taking his attempt to the 17th approach. Playing a flighted shot is Shaurya, and right on cue, he's almost holed out with his second on number 17. So he's not yet done. The best shot on number 17 that we have seen today, and it's come from the leader. As we watch Aman Raj taking a long iron, laying up on number 18. A wonderful little cut that he's played. Should find the right side of the fairway as he does. Right behind that slope, as we see the other ball on the fairway. It's probably Karan Pratap Singh.
Another good thing, Ainesh, about Shaurya right now is he knows he has a massive lead, which, let's face it, is good enough for him to just walk away with the trophy right now, with still a couple of holes left. But he's not taking his foot off the pedal. He's not allowing the momentum to slide back. He's just keeping his nerves intact. And I think that is the quality which will see him grow better and better as a golfer at higher levels. I think that is so crucial. When you are up 6 shots ahead with just about 2 holes to play, he is not letting go. He is just thinking about how he can get two more birdies. And I think he's not looking at the scores, either his own scores or the other scores, and simply kind of, just cruising along to make sure to get as good a round as possible, because he knows this is the momentum, this is the confidence that is going to kind of keep making him better and better as time goes along. And I think that is what has been the most significant aspect of Shaurya Binu this week.
And I think we're hearing about and talking about him early on in the year, and I think there'll be multiple times where we're talking about him through our coverage because of the positions he's going to put himself in. I think he's going to threaten a lot of tournaments within this year. All
And
three
I believe
players.
Shaurya has been also a very, very good student in terms of academics. He has been a consistent performer in school and in his academics, scoring over 90%. And of course, here he is scoring like even better in terms of his golf. And right from the moment that he started his career as a professional, finishing with a fourth place in Ahmedabad last year, I think he has shown that he is ready to go all the way. And I think going all the way right up to the podium and to the very spot indicates the hunger and the willingness to work for it. And I think he is showing himself to be a rounded golfer, not just a unidimensional one. He's shown, kind of excellence and consistency in all aspects, whether it is driving fearlessly, good approaches, creating the opportunities, and grabbing those opportunities. I mean, I cannot say, I just can't stop talking about him. I think it's been an absolute pleasure to watch him play over the weekend. When after 66, moving so far ahead, and a very gritty 70 on the third day. On the third day, he has been on a total cruise mode.
Yes, you're right there because it's been so exciting to watch him play. I'm almost disappointed if we will only get to watch him play another hole. Can't wait to see him ply straight again in a week's time. And Matthias now getting over that shoulder on the left, and he's made a wonderful effort at that putt. It's a brilliant job getting the spectators excited to see whether he's hold it or not. Matthias has been fairly consistent, especially on the greens. He's going to be tapping out, tapping in to tapping out. He's going to give it a slight read before he does that. And Rahil now from over the hole. Rahil also hit one of the more impressive shots on this hole. The flag's in a tricky position on the back left. But again, as we've seen through the day, Rahil's approach getting overshadowed by what Shaurya managed to do with his second. Rahil now getting the rub of the greens a little more as we're getting closer to the end. Let's see if he can get the read right here and the stroke and make it. And he does so. Finally, Rahil a little bit too late, but he is putting on a show nonetheless. Amartya is now interesting tapping for his par before Shaurya is. You got a few onlookers eagerly looking at what he's doing, and a wonderful roll by him. Shaurya just taking that extra little look to ensure he knows exactly what needs to be done. Can't believe he has more than 2 or 3 feet to go. Shaurya now. And wonderfully hold. That is a brilliant way to show what he's been doing through the day. It's almost unbelievable seeing how he's opened up such a big lead over such a quality field as we watch our penultimate group making their way to the green for the final time this year on this golf course. All the work being put in through the first 4 rounds leading up to this moment for every golfer. Karan quickly marking his golf ball on the green. Manu a little over the flag. And Amarraj in a similar territory to where Saptak was. Let's see if Aman Raj can manage to hold his chip shot. Going through the green reading. I think Karan's standing relaxed as well. He's probably seen the leaderboard. He knows that there's going to be no change on it, regardless of anybody doing anything at all, at least in terms of himself and Shaurya. Shaurya now with his iron shot, pulling a little to the left, overdrawing there, but not too troublesome. Finds the left first cut. Not the most ideal of angles, but it doesn't really matter now. All he needs to do is put it anywhere on the green or around, and he's safe and through. Sharing a tee there with the veteran Rahil Gangji. Rahil going with a longer cup, probably a 5 wood or a 3 wood. Bring it close. Rahil with a more convincing strike. You can see it's moving a little left to right, favoring the right side of the fairway. Wonderfully done by him. Perfect position to attack this flag. Now the third member of this group, Matthias. Rookie season for him on the PGTI, but a veteran golfer nonetheless. And Aman Raj now with that little wedge on number 18 with his third. Repeats exactly what Saptak did, and on the right we can see Matthias with a little overdraw himself, little ahead of Shaurya next to his golf ball, and Aman Raj not bothering to take the flag out. The wedge is enough for him to make the putt. Karan now quickly going through his routine would also cap off a wonderful week's work. Should see himself through finishing runners up this week.
Pretty convincing too. A convincing runner-up if there was one, because Shaurya has been in a class of his own. Just to be a bit short, he almost got it. So that's the end. And I think now the only thing left in the final group is to wait and watch and see if Shaurya Binu can add one more birdie on the 18th to get to 8 under, which would equal the week's best card, that is a 64 that came earlier in the week from Manu Kandas, I think, on the second day, and Angad Chima had a 65, as did Varun Chopra. So 64 has been the best this week, and right now, Shaurya Binu, that man walking in the front, slim, confident, the stride to victory. He is 7 under, I'm sure a whole lot of a sea of thoughts must be going through his mind right now. Since the day he turned professional by qualifying, then qualified through the PGTI Q school last year when he finished 27th to earn a card, and then immediately finished fourth in his debut championships, in his debut tournament in Ahmedabad. He had a fair season, a middling season. He finished around the 50th or so and kept his card on the tour. And here, in the very first event of the 2024 season, Shaurya stood out and finished tied 10th. And in the second tournament, which is the one that we are seeing this week and which is about to finish in a short time from now, Shaurya gets set to gets ready for his second shot at the Vooty Masters 2024. He is there. The trophy is waiting for him at the clubhouse, and a really, really attractive and lucrative check as the winner. More than the winner, more than the check, is the glory that comes with it. And he is now secure for another 2 seasons on the PGTI, but I'm sure he has his eyes set on higher tours, higher platforms, and the sky is the limit for this young man. 19 years of age, only the fourth Indian teenager to win on the PGTI Tour, following in the footsteps of Shivankar Sharma in 2014, Karandeep Kochar in 2016, and Adil Bedi in 2020, just before COVID came in. 21 under, 7 shots clear of Karan Pratap Singh, who has finished the day at 5 under 67. So we are right now in the final group with Shaurya Binu at 7 under and 21 under for the week. Rahil Ganji 2 under for the day and 13 under for the week. And Matthias Dominguez 1 under for the day and 12 under for the week. And Shaurya lands a second shot on the luck. It was as if he is playing darts here, less than 2 feet away from the flag. That's what confidence does to a man.
He's gone for it. He's put a stamp of his authority on the field, telling everybody that I am not done, that this is not the only event I'm going to do this at.
This was a complete, you know, authoritative stamp of this tournament, as you rightly said, Ainish. Sealed it with a bow.
Matthias trying to repeat that feat. I mean, I think Shaurya's parents, wherever they might be watching the coverage from, or if they're at the venue itself, not too sure about that, but they know the result. They must be excited to have a chat with him, and he must be excited to call him and get those greetings and wishes from all his family members and friends. And I'm sure he's going to be well received on the tour with the other players as well. I'm sure Rahil, who's on our screens right now, would also be excited for a player that Shaurya is and is becoming. A little over the green for him. And here we have the final group, the only group left on the course, making their way to the 18th. And the group consists of Shaurya Binu, the moments away from winning the 2024 Vooty Masters presented by the Dream Valley Group.
What a walk this is, up the fairway on the 18th, knowing that you've got a 7-shot margin and you're about a foot and a half from your another birdie to take you to a record tying or tying the week's best card of 8 under. So what a moment for this young man. Waves out, tips his cap, the mark of a champion. Vooty Masters 2024. That's never ever going to be forgotten by Shaurya Binu. No matter what he wins tomorrow, no matter what he wins next, no matter how he does over the next few years, This is the tournament he will remember forever. This is where he laid his hands on his first professional trophy.
Absolutely, as they all say, the first one is the most special, and what a way to do it as well. And it's against a quality field. I mean, it's not just today that he's played extremely well. Yesterday, he's also had to contend with the quality of players who've been around him and trying to chase him, and he's been unfazed. Right now, for his attempt for a three, wouldn't he love to finish the tournament right here? And although inconsequential to the result of the tournament, would leave a sweet taste in his mouth. And near miss for Rahil, which would also mean he's left himself a little work to do now. Coming back for his four.
Thai had a chance to get into a tie for second, and that would have been his third consecutive runner up finish. He was runner up at the Tour Championships, which was the last event of 2023, and then he was runner up again to Manu Gandas in the first event of 2024, and right now he is lying third, sole third, but he needs to get that par. A little bit of a challenging par, about 6 to 8 feet. And here is Matthias. He is at 12 under for the week and 1 under for the day. And he will stay there. Of course, he still has to hold that last one about 2.5 feet.
He's going to
He has
just tap it
decided to
out.
go for it to make it easy for, or what? Does he wait or does he wait for Rahil to get that putt? Yes, he did. He wants to give Rahil a chance to get his par putt, and then glory shall be Shaurya's.
Yes, I think both of them realizing that it's a special moment for Shaurya and everybody who supported him in his journey. They're going to clear the stage out for him, also ensuring that they make their putts. And sneaking it from the left side, that's a job well done for Rahil. Not to be this week again for him, but another successful week in my eyes.
A third place, so he's got a top three in both the starts this year. So a par and par for Rahil and Matthias. They will stay as second, and Rahil will stay as third, and Matthias will be tied for fourth alongside Saptak Talwar.
Now
And
the
here is the
moment,
man, a winner by a mile.
moment everybody's been waiting for, Mr. Swami. 4 days of work, years and years of hard work. So many undulations and challenges this golf course presented, but Shaurya came out winning out of all of those. And this little tap in putt, one more stroke away from making sure what we've known
That's
through the
it.
day.
26th birdie of the week. He also had two eagles, one each on a par 5 and a par 4. What a wonderful week for this young man. 19 years of age, 26 birdies, two eagles, and a total of 22 under. There's nothing he left undone here. He's also had the best scorecard of the week, actually a tied 64 alongside Manu Gandas. So 64 on the final day, 66, 66, 70, and 64 for 22 under. And what a magnificent performance by Shaurya Binu, 19 years of age, son of a Shaurya Chakra winner, very good in academics, only into his second year as a professional golfer, and he's already got one belt under the belt. Or rather, one bit under the belt. I'm getting too excited, am I not?
And rightly so, Mr. Swami. It has been an exciting watch. The last 2 days have been, and such a eventful start to the year as well. A top 10, a victory at the Dream Valley Group, Vooty Masters 2024. I think it's not just excitement for this week, it is excitement for the coming weeks to watch out for this player, which would also mean that he's earned himself a spot at the Indian Open in the later weeks to come. And
So what is the question?
Well, we have Mr. Prithvi Reddy and Akash Reddy, and I'm going to just ask some questions about hosting this fabulous tournament. The course has been great. We've seen some very good golf, and Shaurya has been exceptional. What are your comments on this particular tournament?
It's not been so easy. Our team has been working hard to get the course to this shape. Today I came to know from my team that it's been playing at a speed of 13, which I never even dreamt of to reach to this number. I'm very happy about our team. It's all a team effort that has come up true today.
So this has been the second year we've had this Vooty Masters, and can you just tell us what more do we expect from here? How does it go bigger, and having a lot of more things coming up?
Yeah, I think in the last tournament, as I said, we are still a developing course, and the clubhouse is a couple of months away from its full shape. And as the promise was there last year that we are there for the game of golf, and we are there for the players as part of support, and we would be bettering up the hospitality, and we want to give you that service which makes it when you go back home you feel happy, and you feel happy about the reason why you played here. Yeah.
We've been extremely happy about we've been here, and we've been extremely happy about the hospitality. Can you just tell us what it takes to host a tournament of this magnitude?
It's a pleasure for us. At the same time, you need a lot of backing for it, which has to come. We also want more golfers coming in, and everybody recognize our golf course coming down in the future. That's the main intent. Seeing it is beautiful, but it's very difficult behind to get to the stage. The day I remember the first 9 hole we built, it was going crazy for me. It was the first time in my life I was doing a course of this stage. Today we have the second. That was easy to build, but this I'll never forget. And there was a lot of effort of architects, ourselves, our team, labor, everybody. It was an intense job to build a golf course.
I can tell you one thing: it's been a great event. We've had some very good memories over here, some great hospitality, and we have some exceptional golf here from Shaurya. Thanks a lot. Thank you both of you very much, and I'm sure we're gonna see both of you again back at the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We welcome you all to the prize presentation ceremony of the Dream Valley Group presents Vooty Masters 2024, the second edition of the Vooty Masters. What an outstanding week of golf we've had here at the magnificent Vooty Golf County. We would like to thank Dream Valley Group for their support to this event and for being fabulous hosts this week. 60 professionals made the cut at 1 over 145 this week. There were some great performances by Shaurya Binu, Aman Raj, Matthias Dominguez, Angad Chima, Rahil Gangji and Karan Pratap Singh. Finally, the eventual winner was someone who dominated the last round from start to finish. Now to begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here on stage Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO, PGTI, Mr. Prithvi Reddy, CEO, Dream Valley Group, and Mr. Akash Reddy, co-CEO, Dream Valley Group. To start off, I'd like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly make the opening address.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an awesome week again. I think this is a week to remember. You know, we always see close finishes, but this week actually has been again a wire-to-wire finish. Heartiest congratulations, Shaurya. It's been fantastic. What a round. I mean, 8 under par on the last day. 22 under, 8-shot victory. Hats off to you, my friend. I mean, you know, you've got a long way to go, and the season's just started. You're red hot. Wish you the very best. Congratulations to all the rest of them. I mean, they've played really well. Karan played awesome golf. Rahil, Matthias, you all have been right up there. Ra, I guess this is again another knock on the door. You've been close. So I'm sure that you'll be able to close it soon enough, my friend. Well, you know, all this is only possible because of the two fine gentlemen standing on my left. They've been great supporters of golf. I'd like to thank Dream Valley Group for partnering with the PGTI. They've been partnering with us for quite a number of years now, but a full field event, the second one. And you know, it's partners like that is what we need to help grow the sport, and especially all the professionals. This golf course has been in amazing shape. In fact, I was talking to Mr. Santosh Reddy, the father, and I was listening to him speak at the press conference. You know, his heart for golf, amazing, and the vision, and that's the vision that both of them share. But thank you very much. I know what all you do and what you have plans for the future, and I would be glad if we are part of that plan. It's awesome, but it's amazing. But thank you very, very much again from the bottom of my heart. I think, you know, the professionals all love playing on this golf course. I couldn't help hearing, standing behind the 18th green, Prithvi was asking about the green speed, and he said 13.7 today. That's amazing. I think that's probably the fastest greens that we've played on. And the course conditions have been fantastic. The fairways, the greens, amazing. I guess, you know, a big shout out to my friend Rupi and Rahul. Where are you? Rupi, thank you very much. Not just about the golf course, but I know the pains that you guys have taken to actually put this whole thing in place, because there are a lot of, you know, shortcomings from, you know, trying to tie up things, not shortcomings from your side, but to tie up all the logistics for all the players, for the staff, for everyone put together, for F&B. Hats off to you guys. Thank you very much. Really mean that. To you and your entire team, the F&B team who actually did us good this whole week. We got the Dream Valley Resort to bring in. Amazing. Thank you very much. I mean, I do really mean that. And I'd like to thank everyone else, even our staff, the referees that have been here. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. We have a week's break, so enjoy the break that you're getting now. And we'll see most of you guys tomorrow for the Pro-Am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Prithvi Reddy, CEO, Dream Valley Group, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you everyone for being here, especially PGTI and all the players who have made it through till here. I know you've been facing challenges with your accommodation, travel and everything, and very shortly we will try to address that also from the next tournaments. This has been our dream since 5 years to get to this place. It's very happy to me and my family to see the dream coming out true. We've been struggling with the clubhouse also to be completed. Very shortly we'll be opening that as well, and we will be hosting many tournaments, PGTI as well as some other tournaments also coming up. And thank you PGTI for all the support you've been giving us as well. It's not just from us, but you people also have supported us remarkably well. Thank you everyone, and thank you to the entire Vooty team to make it happen to where it is today. Rajesh and Rupinder, well done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Akash Reddy, co-CEO Dream Valley Group, to kindly say a few words.
Thank you, everyone. So, I was just feeling, I was laughing inside myself that in the last year's meeting, on the same stage, I was mentioning that I was disappointed with the score what Manu has scored. And after 3 rounds, when it was 14 under for Shaurya, I was really happy that it may not reach greater than 20, but man, you were amazing today. I think it needs a special round of applause to him. And especially I've just come to know from Uttamji that, he has just come from his Q school and the second major tournament, and you coming up here, you're making big inroads. Hats off to you and wish you all the very best. And, coming down to the golf course, yes, Prithvi has spoken about it, and, the confidence is again, it's on us to give you the confidence that we will come back bigger, better, and down the line, as Prithvi said, we're going to have some rooms here, so, it'll be much better for you guys. And I would like to thank Uttam ji, I think on a special note for what he has done as part of PGTI is concerned, and for bringing the game of golf what we are seeing now. And the last time I've heard the tournament prize money has been on a benchmark of 1 crore, which in the times to come it's going to increase and increase, and that's the biggest factor which is required for the game of golf to move forward in this country. And I wish everyone really all the very best and take things forward. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support. We begin with the prize presentation now. First up is the hole-in-one prize. Congratulations to Arjun Prasad for his hole-in-one on the 8th hole in round 4 today. Arjun will receive rupees 20,000 from the PGTI for his effort. I would request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly present the check to Arjun.
Well done, buddy. Thank you, sir. Akash also had one. I had a hole-in-one there. But an unrecognized hole-in-one. So.
We'll be having your name very shortly onto the books. Thank you so much.
Arjun has just been informed his name will be up on the board very soon. Now I would request Mr. Akash Reddy, co-CEO Dream Valley Group, to kindly present the prize to the runner-up this week, Karan Pratap Singh, with scores of 73, 66, 68 and 67 for a total of 14 under 274. Karan wins a prize money check worth rupees 10 lakh. It's now time to announce the champion, and I'd request Mr. Prithvi Reddy, CEO Dream Valley Group, to kindly do the honors by presenting the check and the trophy to the winner. Shaurya in Hindi means bravery, and it was indeed a brave performance by our winner this week, teenager Shaurya Binu, 19-year-old. A wire-to-wire win with scores of 66, 66, 70 and 64 in the final round for a total of 22 under 266. He wins his first title only in his second season as a professional. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 15 lakh. It's now time for the winner's speech. Shaurya.
Hello to everyone. Firstly, I'm very proud of myself for putting up such a great show. I'm proud of the way I played all 4 days. I mean, it's a battle inside the head, and I think I won it. I would like to thank the Dream Valley Group for sponsoring the event. I've said it before, it motivates us so much to come out here and play in these venues. And the golf course was in such good condition, and I think very rarely we get such fast greens and a very good layout, which offers us the best opportunity to test our skills. Really, really good. The fairways were awesome. Everything was on point. And I'd like to thank all the tour partners of PGTI, every single individual also, and thanks for all the support from PGTI since I've joined this tour. And I think I would be missing out if I didn't thank my parents, and without them I wouldn't be here. So thank you to my mom, dad, my younger brother. Thank you for all the support. And I'd like to thank TSG for giving me such a wonderful facility to practice and train, and I have a whole team there. Thanks to my team, I am here, standing here, and can perform the way I did. So thank you, and in the end, I guess it's just the start. Thank you.
Congratulations to Shaurya once again. That brings us to the end of the prize presentation, but before we wrap up, we'd like to thank our title sponsor, Dream Valley Group, our host club, Vooty Golf County, Mr. Rupinder Gill, Mr. Rahul Malik, Mr. Rajesh for the golf course, all players, referees and officials, and of course PGTI's tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, and ABP for the fantastic live telecast this week. Thank you all, and look forward to seeing you at the next edition of the Vooty Masters, and we'll be seeing a lot of you tomorrow at the Pro-Am. Thank you and see you.